East Hampton Town Board, we are live.
Great. Thank you, Jason. And good morning and welcome everyone to the East Hampton Town Board's work session for January 23rd. Carol, if you could please call the roll.
Present.
Councilmember Lees.
Present.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Colakuma.
Present.
Supervisor Burke Gonzalez.
Present. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So first, let me just say what we're going to be working on today and discussing. We're going to open with the public portion, and then we've got 3 topics on the agenda for today. The first is client usage, demographics, and need for senior services, and the presenters will be Diane Patrizio and Jeremy Samuelson. Then we'll move into the new senior center design recap, and we've got the architects from R2 Architecture, Carol Ross Barney and Renette Riley here. And then we're going to hear from our folks in Natural Resources, and we'll be discussing the CART plan and recommendations in that plan for ditch plains. So let's first start with the public portion. Carol, I don't know if you've got a sign-up sheet with some folks who have signed up.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Don Matheson, you're up.
I should speak now. I'm speaking.
Yeah, we do public portion up front. Don?
Everywhere I go, I take this one graph because I only speak about sustainable design.
So we're going to, okay. The folks aren't going to be able to hear you
Okay, I'll
on
stand here.
LTV if you don't.
You can hold that up. They can see you when you're at the podium.
You want it hold it to you or the audience?
Now you're out of screen.
Yeah.
Now you're,
We're going to try
Give
to
me a
do
moment, and
both.
I'll have you up. I'll have you up and running. No, that's not how that works. That's the other way around.
okay. So,
Anyway, what that thing shows
Okay.
is 800,000 years of carbon history. There is a line that shows it was never
Just
above
give your, for the record,
300.
could you just have your name?
Don Matheson.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
No problem.
And you'll see that now it's going straight up. We've gone from 280 parts of carbon to 418. And if we don't figure out how to turn that around and go the opposite direction, we're toast. As far as the sustainable design as a builder, which is the only thing I know anything about, I'm not an architect. The first rule is to design a building that requires very little mechanical assistance to be livable. I took a
okay.
ruler
Thank you.
to the design, which was posted for the one shaped like a windmill. It's 958 to 1,000 square feet of perimeter wall. That's to enclose 22,000 square feet. A sustainable building should be built such that you have a minimal amount of exterior wall to enclose a given amount of feet. If you took that crotch of the
Okay, Don,
windmill
you're
design-
talking to the board, please.
Excuse me.
And this way folks at home can see too.
Okay. If you took the crotch of that windmill design and closed it like this, so that you had one rectangular building, you'd be eliminating about 250, maybe 290 feet of exterior wall. If you had the same rectangle, it would be about 710 feet of exterior wall as opposed to close to 1,000. You'd be cutting out 40% of the exterior wall that has to be insulated, 40% of the exterior wall that has to be maintained against the weather, 40% of the wall that has to be insulated, 40% of the wall ceiling for air tightness, and you would therefore be saving 40% of the mechanical systems for recovering that heat gain and heat loss. My terminology is scrambled because I'm trying to hurry because I know you don't have much time. But it's a huge amount. Given even the same amount of square feet, you could build a building that was a lot easier to heat and maintain and have the same amount of square footage. But I submit that then the most valuable thing in East Hampton when you go to build a building is the dirt it sits on. So you have a 22,000 square foot footprint in this building. If you made it a 2-story building, it would be about half that, 1,100. That means you've got half the cost of the foundation. That means you've got half the cost of the roof. So there are many ways, even at this square footage, that the same square footage could be accomplished at a much lower cost, not only for construction, but also for ongoing maintenance. Now,
We're going to need you to wrap up. There's a number of folks here that want to speak today.
okay.
Thank you.
I can give you one more simple thing. This is a graph of original East Hampton, where we had small houses, small trucks, small yards. This is new East Hampton, and I think this is a case of the tail wagging the dog. We've become so inured to people coming in and building 20,000 square feet and thinking they can overpower it by having solar and lots of insulation. That's now translated to our municipal attitude. And I think if we ever expect to get this graph to turn the other way and go down, the whole society's got to figure out how to live with less, not how to live with more. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board?
Good morning. My name is Renee Charles. I'm an interior architect, practiced for about 12 years in design firms in Manhattan, and then was hired by a financial services client to build their million-square-foot tower, and that's the genre I stayed in corporate real estate. I thought overall, and I've never met Ms. Riley or the architect.
May I please just ask you to speak up a little? I'm sorry, I'm having a
Oh, yeah.
little trouble hearing you.
Oh, no
And
problem.
I'm
Sorry.
taking notes.
Okay. So I thought overall, the programming and the design effort was astounding. It was very, very thoughtful, extensive, well explained. The graphs were terrific. I just have a couple of minor suggestions. And again, I'm only commercial interiors at this point in my life, and I'm retired. A cooking kitchen, and you guys have probably gone through this extensively, but a cooking kitchen costs a lot of money. It has special fire protection systems like ANSEL systems and pre-action sprinkler, etc. If you were to partner with a local restaurant or someplace where they do the cooking, you might be able to get still your nutritional menu for your seniors, but it would all be cooked off-site, and you could eliminate the cooking part of the system, which is really expensive. You could eliminate the refrigerated food storage for fresh food, and you could eliminate the refrigerated trash, because that stuff has to be in refrigerated cases before it goes out to the trash. So there's a lot of cost savings looking to eliminate a cooking kitchen. Stainless steel cladding, I think you may have, just got the materials last night, so forgive me if I've misunderstood. But I think stainless steel cladding, while its longevity is terrific, I think that it's tremendously expensive. It's totally custom, and the carbon emissions are over double what other materials are, like concrete. So I think that should be looked at again. And again, if that's already been eliminated, I apologize. I saw it in last night's presentation, so I suggest we look at that again. Now, I look at the budget and I see $3 million for the PV system, and I totally support the environmental aspects. They're incredible. And I happen to be in charge of our local Law 97 work in the city for our co-op, and it's just the best thing that's happened in a long time. But it's very expensive at this point because it's new. I come from a company where we LEED certified everything, LEED Platinum, LEED Gold, and I was there for 20 years. It was Goldman Sachs, and we LEED certified everything. So over the 20 years that I did that with them, in the beginning, all of the sustainability products were insanely expensive. As it got more customary to design that way, they became cheaper. So admittedly, I think we're at the cusp out here of some of the sustainable stuff, but I hope the prices are going down, and I hope you support the effort. One thing I noticed that hasn't been done is that $3 million sort of sticks out of the budget, and before people overreact, like I did initially, because I do support the effort, before people overreact, I think maybe we should study the incentives, not only from New York State, but NYSERDA, the environmental agency for New York State, and even Con Ed in the city, but probably PSE&G out here would have a ton of incentives that if you just presented it as, here's the capital you're going to invest, but here's the incentive we get back, I think you'll see that it's probably a 40% reduction. That's what I'm finding in the city for local law 97. And then, this is extremely minor, but corporate America has gone to offices that are 150 square feet, and I saw some on the plans that were 180, 250, and even 450. Now, the transportation office at 450 looks like it has maybe a seat for several drivers or something, in which case that's an adequate size. But you might be able to devote some of that staff area back into public usage. And then I think I'd like to study the Monroe. Ms. Rogers, I think I was here last week when you went over the 9 principles, and it seemed rather vague to me that it had more to do with the process than the product. And I think that leaving the final decision to the town board, and please no offense meant, the subject matter experts at the ZBA, the ARB, and the fire department, I mean, I'm used to having fire marshals look over everything I do. I think that having their input and on record formally is very important. They're subject matter experts. And that's about it.
Thank you very much, Renee.
Good morning. I'm Setha Lowe. I'm a distinguished professor of geography, anthropology, environmental psychology. I'm a specialist in public space, and I come this week having read everything that was on the website and to commend you on a really great community engagement process. And as Renee was saying, we've looked over the designs and all the different design scenarios and how that was gone through. So I'm not here to say where was the process. I'm now up to date, and I apologize for my comments last week. So what am I here to say? Today, really what I want to say is community engagement is fantastic with the seniors and the people that you've reached out to, but I guess I'd like to see us keep the public portion of this discussion open so that we reach all the stakeholders. In other words, I don't think that it's necessarily enough just to talk to the seniors that we've talked to, that if we could figure out a way to keep the process open for a bit, I think that it affects all of us living here in East Hampton, and it's going to cost all of us a lot of money. And I think that there's synergies and relationships between all our institutions, say the Y and whatever, that this building is going to have an impact on. And I think many of us just now found out that this was going on, and we have expertise, as you can see from our comments, that could be of use to you and the board. So my real question is, okay, fantastic. We have a participatory process. Let's keep it open for a little while longer. The second is, you've gone through an incredible process. I didn't understand why the windmill. And I think, Renee, you and I both really, some of the other designs seem to me more cost effective. But you have made this decision, and it seems like a really good one it's unclear from that, but you've made that decision. So then the question is our job, again, your community responding to you, speaking back to you, can we make it as cost-effective, as accessible, as filled with life and all the things that you are dreaming for it as possible? And to do that, do we need a little bit more time and reflection to make sure that everybody is involved in our town and on our side? And the final one was, I think, again, this is backwards going, but is there a way to combine other uses with our senior center that will help to make it more cost effective? And again, for me, making it a kind of the socially viable place. I go to the Y. The Y is about the same size, I've learned from from someone's numbers online. Think of how vital that is. We want our senior center to be just as vital and just as active. How do we really do that without multiple uses and be thinking a little more intergenerationally? Thank you.
Thank you, Setha. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the board? Pat?
Never did this before, so forgive me if I'm nervous.
So let's please pull the, great, and introduce yourself.
Testing.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Patricia Hope. I live here in East Hampton. 55 years. That should count. I taught science in the high school for 35 years. Biology. I know a little bit. I wrote a letter last week. Some of you may have seen it in the Star. I wondered for a while why such a revered board as we have would want to skip some important steps. Like, why? For what? Wondered until I did a little research, which is my single skill. I have a little research here. So that's what I have. On October 18th last year, this article came out in the East Hampton Press. Who memorizes stuff? But I went back and I saw that the clearing would be done in 2 phases according to the supervisor. And then I skipped to this page, the last page, and I saw that Peter Van Sklerk, the past guy, at this point, we're looking at timeline and cost. It's important we start doing the site work. It's the only window we have. What? Only window. Now, Peter speaks clearly, and I wondered what he meant. So then I started to look up the bat. Now, if I had a bat in my house, I would leave. So it's not about the bats. We don't have to love the bat. We have to love the law. We have to love the law. At this time, I'd like to commend Mr. I always get this wrong, Ian Calder Piedmont, how am I doing? Is that right?
That was right, I think.
Because he came out and said a couple of times in a couple of venues that he would, in this case, remove himself from voting, but that he would like to nail down the need for the legal processes that we all have to go through in this town. Look what happened to that guy in Montauk who put stairs in his trailer. What? Get those stairs out of there. You have 2 weeks, or we're coming to get you. I don't see how you can exempt yourself from the very laws that you use to hammer down a little guy, sometimes hammer down the big guy. This is information from East Hampton Town. Sorry, I'm not supposed to look at them. East Hampton Town. Everything you knew, when you knew it. There's an outdated document dated June 2020 that was given to someone about the tree cutting table for the bats. Maybe those who haven't kept up with bats, please. They were declared an endangered species. This is a letter from the President of the United States. Right now it's Joe Biden, and that's his name on the bottom, where he said the final rule issued by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service provides endangered species protections to the northern long-eared bat, science-based rule-making that follows the requirements of the law. They're critical to healthy functioning ecosystems, blah, blah, blah. You're welcome to it.
Could you do me a favor? Can you move the mic a little bit closer to you? I think you knocked it away.
This thing is so scary.
No, it's not. You're fine.
Why are they aiming at me?
You're fine.
I'm going to have to ask you to start to wrap up.
The
Pat.
northern, this is about the bat. This is about the bat. This stuff, these 50 pages. It feeds exclusively on insects, and it feeds on insects after it comes out of hibernation underground. And the date given for that, as you all well know, is March 1st. Then it's going to fly, and when it flies, then it nests in caves, and it has its pups. Suffolk County is the greatest habitat in the state for the northern long-eared bat. I got it all here. This,
Pat, we're going to ask you to wrap up, please.
I'm
typically-
almost at the bottom.
Okay, great. Because we
This is
typically give
illegal.
3 minutes to everybody.
This is legal, okay? This talks about the fines that any agency is liable to receive notice of based on how they treat the northern long-eared bat. This is all the press. I'm writing an essay, and I'm having booklets produced at my own expense. Retired teacher. Oh, yeah, okay. One of the most interesting sets of data that I collected is the data from the project engineers. Some errors, some mistakes they made. I got it all, and I will publish it. So you don't have to question me now. It'll be out soon. And recent articles, in these 3 recent articles, the 3 most recent articles in the Star, no mention of the bat. I don't get it. I don't get it. I am firmly convinced that the reason the town is speeding up this process sufficiently so that it needs to ignore ZBA, planning, and zoning is because of the bat. The bat you need to do the digging while it's underground. And then after March 1st, when it's flying around, you're not allowed to do anything until November 15th. That, you're important people. Why should you have to bend the knee to an ugly little mammal? The president says you have to.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, bye.
Jason, is there anyone on the line that would like to speak?
Yes, we have a few callers on the line. Let me go and unmute them right now. Cutting to a different feed. All right, and let's go do this in the order of appearance. Okay. Hello, caller 376. Hey, you're on the air.
Hi, thanks. This is Brad Brooks. I'm from Springs. I guess my background is in finance, so I'll focus more on the cost aspect of this project. But I've written to the board in the past. I've spoken at these meetings in the past. I have three main complaints. One is the cost. One is, I think, a wasteful design. And third is, I think you're wasting valuable land. I don't think a senior center should need 7 acres of land. So I think the first thing is to think about subdividing up that land and selling some of this valuable land actually to the community housing fund for affordable senior housing. So that's the first thing you should seriously think about. But let's go to the cost. The town board 2 years ago thought this project would cost $10 million. Now you're up to $32 million. There obviously should be some sort of happy medium between these two numbers. I'm not sure how this huge jump has been made, but I think it shows clearly more oversight is needed. I would say in that area, you now have a new board member from the planning board, Ian Calder of Piedmont. I think actually he should be put in charge of this now. He has 12 years of experience in the planning board. I think you should give him some time to go over this. This should not be rushed through. But some of the suggestion, besides selling some of the land, I think you need a new person to oversee this who has more experience in this area. I think now I'll talk about the design area. I'm not an architect, but I think to mention what Don Masson mentioned, even if you think you need 22,000 square feet, which is debatable, but let's say that's true, the current facility is not 12,000 square feet. It's actually 8,000 square feet with a 4,000 square foot basement. This new facility is going to be 22,000 square feet all above ground. The first adjustment should be a 4,000 square foot basement for storage and for the mechanicals. Doing a simple step like that could save $2 to $3 million just there. Also, as Don Masson mentioned, having the second floor would be cheaper. Maybe save another $1 million. So now we're up to $3 or $4 million in savings at the exact same square footage. The other thing I would mention, which somebody else also mentioned, is the solar. I've gone to both the board and the architects about this. It should not cost $3 million for solar canopies. There's at least $2 million of savings there. So now we're up to $5 or $6 million in savings. And the last thing I would say is that perhaps we should be reviewing how the structure of the architect's fees are. From what I can tell, they're up to almost $3 million now. Maybe that should be looked at. The last thing I will say in terms of design is for 22,000 square feet, there's not a lounge for adult daycare. Now in the current facility, which is about 7,000 square feet, you have that. In 22,000 square feet, you don't. But you've gone from a 1,000 square foot dining room to a 3,000 square foot dining room. Maybe some of that room should be redesigned and used as an adult daycare spot. Also, if you're really trying to save money, maybe only 500 square foot lobby, not a 1,000 square foot lobby. That right there also saves you $500,000. So I think there are a lot of things that could be done to save money. And now I'll finish with the land issue, though. The town has a serious affordable housing problem. This would be a great opportunity to sell some of this land to the new community housing fund. That also might raise $2 million. So once again, now we're already up to $8 to $9 million in savings. I really hope, as this seems to be rushed through, the town can somehow avoid spending $32 million on this project. And I think the last thing I'll add with is that somebody else also touched on, I find it kind of hard to believe that the town has to push this through in a month or two and avoid your own zoning and planning boards. There's a huge amount of hypocrisy here. You're basically saying, do as I say, but not as I do. I think clearly what this shows is you do need to revamp some of the zoning board meetings instead of your codes. And I think, once again, maybe that should be done in the next year. Hopefully then you can abide by your own rules. So I hope some of these points are taken seriously. I will actually reach out to you with some more emails, as I have in the past. I hope someone responds to these concerns. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad.
Okay.
Jason, is there another caller?
Unmuting next caller right now. Hello, caller ending 1342. You're on the air.
Hi, this is Laura Michaels from the Ditch Plains Association. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. I want to thank the board for putting Ditch Plains on the town board work session today to talk about the CARP plan. But I also wanted to let everybody know what we are doing as an organization to move forward with the emergency situation at Ditch Plains. As the board does know, we've been in contact with coastal experts, multiple coastal experts, with regard to, proper coastal processes, the shoreline changes, the beach erosion, and the storm effects. And we've been given some recommendations on what can be done. We have sort of put in play to meet with some experts in implementation of these coastal recommendations. We're meeting with them this week and walking the beach. We've also put into place figuring out how to source sand. We have two options. We have dredged sand that was taken from Georgia Beach, and we have another option, which is mined sand, which is taken up island, which is a white sand, very pure white sand, but it's perfectly good to use for emergency situations. I certainly would not use it for any kind of beach nourishment with regard to planting plants and having something that's much more permanent. And so we are working behind the scenes to whatever the town is going to be doing to put in place these services so that we can protect our beach from the next storm and also grow our beach to support and the community, because right now the first line of defense is completely gone. We've been advocating for the rebuilding of the dune since the majority of it had fallen in September, and that did not happen. So as a result of these last two storms, we have some significant damage that if we have another major storm like that, will hit the forest, will hit Ditch Plains Road, which will flood the ditches and which will also hit Seaside and Miller Lane. So I just wanted to let the town board know what we were doing and what our timeframes are. Obviously, all of the issues that we're doing and we're looking at are private, meaning that some of this is going to be funded by private citizens. And we are going to have to be raising money, and we're hoping the town can be part of that and do their part with the town-owned parcels. And I encourage the town board to reach out to me with any updates after this meeting so that we can work collaboratively together.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, moving on to next caller.
Great.
Unmuting now. Hello, caller. Ending.
Good morning, members of the board.
Hey, there you are. Okay, you're out loud and clear.
Good morning, guys. It's Kate Tyler here from Concerned Citizens of Montauk. Ditch Plains Beach, one of the East Coast's most iconic destinations and a key engine of economic activity in Montauk, has been severely compromised by the state of recent storms, and urgent action is required. The last three storms have left it vulnerable, and both immediate recovery measures and building its long-term resilience are necessary. A set of 6 implementable actions for Ditch have already been outlined in CARP, the Coastal Assessment Resiliency Plan, adopted by the town in 2022, including beach nourishment, bluff stabilization, code changes, and infrastructure adaptation. We're calling on our local county and state elected officials to take action now. We're glad to see Governor Hochul's support for emergency coastal rehabilitation assistance in a press release at 4:35 last night for downtown Montauk, but we're concerned it might not include work for Ditch. CCM is presently advocating at all levels of government for inclusion of Ditch in this new state emergency support. In addition, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project to the east and west of Ditch, the recently completed work at Montauk Lighthouse, and the pumping of 450,000 cubic yards of sand on the downtown beaches provides the opportunity for Ditch to be considered as a betterment project, as they did recently for the 17 properties east of Montauk downtown. And the town, which we applaud for its lobbying efforts with the Army Corps and various legislators, can explore mobilizing separately to replenish the beach as it's done in the past for Ditch and other town beaches. Our partners in government must urgently look at all options to get more sand on our beaches than presently planned through fence, and that sand must include areas not covered by fence like Ditch. UCOM does not pretend to have the solutions, but we are in direct contact with county and state officials to identify solutions and get sand on the beach immediately, and to address the long-term need and target the necessary public resources to get this done. UCOM is always dedicated to informing our community and recommending productive and impactful ways to protect our fragile environment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak publicly on this.
Thank you, Kay. Jason, is there anyone else on the line?
One last caller so far.
Hi there. Susan Bratton calling, Amagansett resident. Thank you guys for continuing to have these conversations. Really appreciate it. Just a little background. I've lived in Amagansett since 2000, but my career has been spent on senior housing financing, so I'm pretty familiar with building plans and things like that, and I have a lot of comments on that, but people have talked about that. What I would like to focus on with regard to the senior center is process. I am very, very positive about the concept of building a new senior center, but I'm very concerned about the process. And a document was on demographics was put on the website today or yesterday, and I think this speaks to process. This is the sort of thing that I would have liked to have seen 9 months ago, 12 months ago, because these are the sort of things that justify decisions being made, plans being built. And as I look at it, there are a couple things. I don't think you can extrapolate some of the numbers that are in that report, number one. Number two is I don't know who on the board or if there was an outside advisor used, but extrapolation doesn't usually work. What we need to do is hire an expert in demographic forecasting to understand really what the population growth will be. And from that point, then say, what is the need, what is the size, et cetera. I also, in looking at it, understand that the use kind of on a daily basis of the current center is around anywhere between 50 and 73 people per day. Population is 7394, according to what you posted on the website. That's 1% of the senior population. And so I think those types of calculations, once we have an expert in forecasting, should be looked at to determine what the utilization will be. And from that point, let's then build it. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse. And I would just encourage the board, know that the town is supportive of this, but the process needs to be open, as many people have said on this call and prior meetings. And process also includes zoning. It is do as I say, not as I do, which you'll see in my letter in the Star on Thursday. Let's go through this the right way. Let's take the time to hire the right experts to really determine what is the senior population, what is it going to be. I mean, one could argue that the growth between 2010 and 2020 is about the growth we're ever going to see because of capacity and how built out we are. So I think the process needs to be open. We need to go through the right approvals. Someone talked about the BAT. Let's do this the right way. You guys are all, I mean, I know you all, and I have a lot of respect for you. let's do this the right way. Let's take the time and let's build an amazing senior center that will meet the need that we have in the community. And let's not rush it through and invoke Monroe just to kind of push it through. Let's do this the right way. I mean, I have a lot of respect for you all. So I would hope that we could run a process that everyone feels comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Jason, is there anyone else on the line?
Everyone on the line has already spoken, so we have no new callers at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jeff Bragman. I'm a senior citizen, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. An important factor under the Monroe test is the effect of local land use planning on the project, and in this instance, it's probably the most important factor in the Monroe test. And back in the only public hearing that you conducted on this, where 2 people attended, one of whom was me, I mentioned that you needed variances, and at that time, Kathy, you'll remember, was unaware of the fact that the project required variances. And I was citing the variances that I saw in a June document that was presented to the planning board, indicating that, for example, the total coverage on the site was going to exceed the required 25%. It was going to be 34%. And in connection with the discussion that you had on Monroe, both Ian Piedmont Calderon and Tom Flight mentioned, I think, an important point, and that was what might come out in a more deliberative planning process that would be conducted if you allowed the town's administrative boards to actually have decision-making powers, which is what they're delegated, the powers that they're delegated. And they were concerned that things might come out that you didn't know about. Well, just looking at your memo on Monroe, the January memo, one thing that struck me was the proposed total coverage on the site, which now, in January, is reported to be 136,607 square feet, which is 79% more than the permitted total coverage on the site. So that's a bit of a surprise. And I think the fact that this requires so many variances, setback variance, total coverage variance, building size variances, clearing variances, those are all red flags indicating that local land use would have a very beneficial impact if we put this through the process and allowed our boards to exercise decision making. Especially concerning is the clearing, because your engineer last week indicated you're going to clear 5.5 acres. There's an 80,000 square foot limitation on clearing with certain exceptions, and if you want to exceed that, our process makes you go to the planning board to get a site plan approval if you want to clear in excess. To my knowledge, that's never been done. Maybe Ian knows about that. But the fact that you're way over the clearing that's permitted is another red flag on it. The board has made a big point about telling the public that they've been reviewing this issue since 2014. Not so. We may have been reviewing senior center ideas since 2014. But this project with this plan began in January of 2022. It's been under your supervision for 2 years, during which time you've held one public hearing, only one, on December 7th, days after the Thanksgiving holiday, and only 2 people attended. And I don't think that's an accident. I also have to take issue with one of the speakers indicating that your outreach was, great. It was a nice effort, but you attracted 124 respondents, 124 people. That's who came. That's not very good turnout. And you seem to forget some of the information that you did collect, because you had an online survey in which 50% of the people that you obviously were trying to attract said, we don't use the senior center. 50%. And of the people that did use the senior center, they indicated they used it from 1 to 3 times per week. So the intents, and you've never disclosed the users. Even to this date, we don't have any attendance figures there. Your meal service indicates to some extent that the use is much smaller than you think it is, because 21,000 meals per year is 58 meals per day. I'm also Don Matheson interestingly mentioned a figure of like 11,000 square feet, that if you compress the building, you could get equal square footage, but you have an 11,000 square foot first floor footprint. I also want to say that the board has either that the statements about the existing senior center have exaggerated its size. You've called it like 11,000 square feet. I have the building department floor plan here in my hand, and the building is 6,180 square feet. If you add in the modular office, it's 7,620 square feet. I can't help but think that exaggerating the size of the existing center is another effort to sort of spin in the direction that, oh, a 22,000 square foot building really isn't that big. It's pretty darn big. And to hear Kate Rogers justify all the variances, all the excesses, all the factors in this proposal that completely blow through the zoning code by saying, well, if you built two 20,000 square foot houses on the lots and did the clearing for 20,000 square foot houses, you know, you're right up there. What is it that makes me think the town board has completely missed the anxiety, the overt anxiety in this town about the ever increasing size of houses and buildings? It just seems like you are tone deaf to that major concern that Don Matheson showed in the chart that he showed you. Also, on your demographics, there's no indication of who prepared it. I have no idea who prepared it. But you indicate that from 2000 to 2020, our population increased 46%. True enough, big increase. But what you don't recognize, and I've been there since 2000, and actually since 1984, that's the era of the big build-out in East Hampton. That's when all the subdivisions happened and all the build-out. We're now at, my understanding is we're about 95% built out. We're not going to have population increases like that. And that's not taken into account. And the other thing is, when you look at your bar chart of the age breakout by age of the town of East Hampton, you'll see, and I said this at one of your other meetings, that the chart does go up in an upward curve, but when it hits, 60, when it hits 65, okay, it jumps up slightly in the 70s, and then what does the curve do? It starts coming down. And now I know that your assumption, because I read as quickly as I could all the stuff you put on the website last night and today, not enough time. I know that your assumption is that seniors like me, and I hope I'm in this group, are going to do better and better. We're going to live to be 100, and we're going to be active, and we're going to like a lot of different new things. I hope that's true. But the fact is that if you're planning for that kind of population, then you have to right size this building to take into account all the other places that are available for the healthy, vigorous seniors that are going to be wanting to go to lectures and plays and art exhibits, because there are a lot of other resources in town, and we don't need a 22,000 square foot building, which you have no record of being able to manage. Your record of managing recreational facilities is one of failure. And there's no analysis of the management costs that it would take to run a building of this size. And you don't have any history that says you can do it. So, I hope you're correct. I think you're incorrect. I wanted to add one other thing. I looked in your data and you said, we only had 2 or 3 people. We cut out daycare. We cut out daycare because we don't need it. Only 2 or 3 people went there. Well, yes, during COVID, nobody went to adult daycare, but I was in office for the last 2 years that you don't report on in the documents. And I visited that adult daycare, and there were more than 2 people there. There were like 8 to a dozen people there. My people that I've spoken to in the senior community tell me we do need adult daycare. And even if people don't need it all day, people who are dealing with people who are declining, who have declining capacity, can use a break. And I think that that is a cruel omission from this plan, and I don't accept the rationale that we don't need it anymore. And finally, this is not a windmill design. This design, if you hover over it in a helicopter, is a three-bladed turbine, and the building itself is a wheel and spoke design, and I invite you to look at Terminal 5 at JFK Airport. It resembles an airport terminal. This is how you bring airplanes into a center hall to deplane the passengers. This needs more work, and the work should be done by boards that have the power to decide, the administrative power to decide, not to just comment that you can ignore. Thank you for the time.
Would anyone else here at Town Hall like to just come up to the board, come up to the podium and make comment? No? Okay, so
We
anybody
have
else
one more
on the-
caller.
Okay, great.
Unmuting now.
Please put them through.
Hello, caller ending 0724. You're on the air. Yep, you're on. You're on.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, my name is Lorraine Bonaventura. I've addressed the town board on previous issues, including the affordable housing at 395 Pantico Road, which I'm an adjacent neighbor to, but I'm calling about the senior center. I am an architect. I've been practicing for 35 years, and actually have met both of the architects who designed the senior center, and I commend the design. However, I do hope that you will, I echo a lot of the comments by previous callers in saying that I believe strongly that you should not go through the process of using the planning board and the zoning board for approvals, and that you should consider pausing the process and the time schedule that you are contemplating now and step back and look at the overall programmatic aspects of the design, as other callers have discussed, and the cost and the schedule, because this is an enormous project for the town board to undertake. It has a lot of implications in cost for the entire town, and although you said that I understand that the process seems like it's been going on for many years for the town board, but in fact for the community, it has not been that long. And I urge you to really reconsider the schedule that you are on a path forward with now, and reconsider, in addition, while I really do support all the sustainable aspects of the project, I do think you should consider again the choice to use stainless steel panels to clad, what the maintenance of them would be over time, and what the general maintenance costs would be for the entire project. And I also think you really need to halt the process now and the plan to begin clearing the site, and step back and listen to the community's comments and take them very seriously. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Lorraine. Jason, is there anyone else on the line?
We have no other callers on the line who have not already spoken.
Okay, great. So now we're going to move into our topics. And first up is Diane Patrizio and Jeremy Samuelson. Okay, the presentation is on.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that the screen share is working on LTV.
Screen share is working 100%. Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
Good afternoon, board members. Jeremy Samuelson, Director of Planning for the town.
Is it up on the board, you guys?
Yep. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeremy Samuelson, Director of the Planning Department for the town of East Hampton. I'll walk us through the first couple of slides here, then I'm going to hand off to my colleague, Diane, who will both introduce herself and walk you through the majority of the slides associated with this. Audio sounds a little off. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, it is a little low.
All right, great. If we can go to the first slide, please.
I can hear him.
Okay, so I'm going to start at the national level just to sort of put this in the context of what the broader trends are, and then bring it down to the town level in terms of how those are manifesting here locally. So the basic notion here is an acknowledgement that the U.S. population today is older than it has ever been. The 65 plus population is the largest that it has been in history, and that's true not just because the broader population is bigger today, and therefore we have more people who are older that need services, but also the percentage of the population that is older is bigger today as well, and we'll explore that a little bit as part of these slides. At the national level, the 65 plus population is projected, and so there was some question about who's making these projections, where is this coming from? Much of the data, and they're all citations at the bottom of the pages here, much of this data comes from the U.S. Census Bureau. So this information, you can see the reference right at the bottom of the page, comes exactly from the U.S. Census. And what they are projecting between now and 2050 is that the 65 plus population will grow by 47%. So that's a raw number. That's more human beings that fall into this category. But perhaps more importantly to this conversation, the percentage of the population that occupies that 65 plus portion of the demographic will grow from its approximate current rate of 17% to 23% at a national level, and that's between now and 2050. And I just want to comment that 2050, feels a ways out, but it's actually not that far in planning terms. Think of buying a mortgage. Most mortgages are 30 years. There was kind of this moment that happened a couple of years ago, picking up on the other thread of the conversation today, climate impacts, et cetera. People always talked about 2050 and said, that feels forever. We're inside that 30-year window right now that defines most mortgages in this country. So this is the moment, right? What we build now needs to have at least a 30-year lifespan and serve us. So this is not some theoretical future. This is the moment that we are stepping into. I draw your attention to that 23% number and ask you to sort of mentally note that, because you'll see where we're going to land locally and where we already are locally as we get into the slides. So where is all of this leading us? There's a term that demographers have come up with called the gray tsunami. Their words, not mine. So, if you don't like it, I understand. I'm not sure I disagree, but be grumpy at them, not at me. So this term gray tsunami is put out there. And what it's really acknowledging is that there is, starting in 1945, when folks came home from the war, the baby boomer generation was founded. And then in 2011, they started to cross this threshold into the 65 plus range. And so that bulge within the population is now moving its way into this new area of life. And what they are finding is that there's a demand for different services, right? And again, my colleague Diane will go into detail on that. But the point is, there are more people who now, as this crossover has happened, require these services. In addition, when you couple that with the trend towards longevity and increased longevity, you get sort of a double impact that says, okay, we have more people that are moving into it and they're living longer, and you get a compounded effect, which results in more people needing service through programs like the Senior Center. In addition, and this is a little bit of how percentages touch down here, lower birth rates in younger generations have meant that that older group now is a bigger percentage of the whole. So you kind of have these three forces that are impacting how it is that this portion of our population occupies such a center of gravity. Next slide, please. So this is a slide, again, you see all the citations here, where did the data come from? This particular one is a comparison of the 10-year interval at which the broader U.S. Census is taken, and it simply reflects what the total, at the top of the page, what the total number of human beings are that are living in our country who are 65 and up. I don't find that as interesting as the bottom of the page, which is actually the percentage of the population, right? So there are more and more people in our community, both as a raw number, but as a percentage of our community that need these services. This is true nationally. That's what we're looking at on this slide. But of course, we care about what's happening at the local level. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So sticking with, sort of the meaning of this data for a moment, in the period that we looked at on the previous slide, 1920 to 2020, the 65 plus population grew nearly 5 times faster than the total population. Right? So just let that sink in for a second. We all have a rate of growth for whatever we're attached to here. This is by far the fastest growing population within the country, for all of the reasons we've already talked about. In addition, as we make this step towards progress and people are living longer and benefiting from better health care, what we find is that more people are able to live outside of either nursing homes or assisted living type environments because they have greater independence. There's more of an ability for them to navigate life either independently or without that support of a dedicated facility. But what that means is that there's a corresponding need for other services, things like a senior center and the programs that are attached to that. So the population is growing in raw terms. It's growing as a percentage of the whole. And the nature of the services that they require are all changing simultaneously. And what that points to is need, right? So between 2010 and 2020, so, let's stop doing the look back all the way for 100 years, and let's think about what's happened in the last 10 years. The 65 plus population saw its fastest decade of growth since the late 1800s, right? So this is not anomalous. This is not a blip. This is not simply, the anomaly that was COVID. This is a 100+ year trend that we are watching. The largest ever 10-year numeric gain, so number of human beings that we can compare this to, actually happened between 1980 and 1990, and that was a much smaller increase. That was roughly about a third the size of the growth in this population that we saw between 2010 and 2020.
And Jeremy, can I just
Yes.
say, when you're looking at this nationally, you're using the 65 plus population because that's the way the census breaks it out. Although we talk in terms, when we talk about seniors, as 60 plus because that's the way Suffolk County defines it. So I just wanted to point that out.
100%, and thank you for sort of pointing that out, because as we now transition, and if we can go to the next slide, please, as we transition to looking at the data locally, we did a bunch of thinking and sort of climbing into the back end data on the U.S. Census website and all the resources that they make available, so that we could actually begin looking at 60 plus as opposed to just mirroring the data that's available at the 65 plus for the country. So exactly as the supervisor pointed out, the definition we use locally for who qualifies for services and programming through our senior center is ultimately a reflection of how this is handled at the county level, and that picks up at the age of 60 and goes forward from there. So the data that I'm getting ready to share with you, as you see it on the screen here, shows a couple different things. So from the census, the every 10-year census, what we find is that the population of the community, the first slide I'm going to show you here reflects some percentages of growth. The next slide I'm going to show you reflects actual numbers of growth. So we'll look at this both ways. The first slide here shows what the population of the entire town was in 2000, 2010, and 2020. So there's an obvious trend. If we go back in time even further than this, what we see is that trend was established well before these three sets of data that we have here. The community is growing somewhat rapidly, and we see what the 60 plus residents of our community, what percentage they represent as a whole there. And it's somewhat staggering, right? So we've gone from 21.8 just over 20 years ago to 26.9 to 32%. So, actually a little more than. So nearly a third of our community right now, which is different than 20% of our community, which it was 20 years ago, nearly a third of our community right now is eligible for these services. Demand is growing, and that's not just a reflection of a national trend. That's what we are not only witnessing locally, but attempting to be responsive to locally. By contrast, sort of the other end of the demographic spectrum here is 18 and under. And what we find is that, I think, no news to anybody that's been tuning into school board meetings for a way to kill an evening. What we find here is that the 18 and under population has been steadily, not quite as fast as the older demographic has been stepping up, but nonetheless the 18 and under population has been stepping down in smaller increments, and you can see the rate of change there at the 18 and under line. So underlying all of this trend, sort of one of the effects of this is that the median age of our community, as it has been doing nationally, and as it has been doing at New York State level, and as it has been doing at the Suffolk County level, is stepping up. So some of the additional data that we looked at but didn't include here, because you can't always put all the interesting stuff into the PowerPoint. One of the things that we found was that, yes, it's been going up, the median age across the country, and we now see that out there in the universe of the United States, we have a median age that's in the high 30s, right? States in the Northeast tend to be older than states in other parts of the country, Florida notwithstanding, right? And Arizona sort of out there as an outlier as well. But we find that our counterparts in Maine and New Hampshire actually have the highest median age in the country, and they come in the low to mid 40s. Our median age is higher than that, right? Right now, we are at 46.8 years old, and it continues to go up, right? So again, I'm trying to impart to you that there is a trend here. The number of people who need service is growing. The types of service that we need to provide to them is changing and evolving. We're trying to be responsive to that. And the percentage of population that needs service here is also growing at the same time. Next slide, please. So this is much of the same data, but broken down into actual numbers as opposed to just percentages. Percentages, sometimes we all know, can be a little deceiving, and so it's helpful to also look at and appreciate what the actual numbers are. So for reasons that I won't bore you with, I will acknowledge that if you read the note at the bottom of the page here, the percentage calculations for how many human beings fall into these various categories other than the population at the top of the page are calculations that were done by the planning department. And how did we know how to calculate that? The available data from the U.S. Census that all of us can look at and that we're happy to share the links on offers the percentages of each population bracket, but without going all the way back into the back end of this thing, it's much harder to extract the actual numbers. So they offer, available for public use, the percentages of population, and we simply took those percentages, applied them to the acknowledged U.S. Census Bureau, sort of certified, if you will, numbers of what the population is, and then calculated what the percentages are for those brackets. Part of the need here is that the method of data collection at the U.S. Census has changed over time, and how they create their brackets changes. One very quick example on that. If you look at, I believe it's the 2010 census as opposed to the one that came before it in 2000 or the one that came after it in 2020, what you find is that for some bizarre reason that I cannot explain to you, they actually lump the data in 2010 with people up to age 19. Whereas the one before it and the one after it lump it up to age 18. Well, this was 3 hours of my life that I'm never going to get back, where I had to climb into the back end of the data and try to extract and all of that. I just want you to know that if somebody goes and calculates this and comes up with 5,693 as opposed to 94. These are percentages. These are calculations that are based on U.S. Census data. If you're looking for the real number, go to the prior page and use that. That's where we took straight from the census. We carried those numbers forward for population data onto this page and then made the calculations. So just want full disclosure there. So all of that said, what you see are the estimated numbers for how the percentages on the prior page touch down in terms of real population. Very importantly, I will draw your attention to the last column on the page, which is percentage of change. Right? And so again, if you're asking yourself, why are we doing this exercise? Why does this matter so much? What is the trend here that we need to make sure we're being responsive to? The answer lies right there. The population as a whole within our community has grown something like 44% over the last roughly 20 years. What we see is that the 60-plus population has grown by something like 72% during that same period, whereas the under 18 population has grown by something like 5%, right? So the broad point here is that we provide all kinds of absolutely necessary service to the younger members of our community. My kids benefit from that right now as they sit in local schools. We need to make sure that we're fulfilling a similar set of responsibilities and obligations to the entirety of our community, and in this case, for the conversation today, to the senior center. Right? We need to allocate resources appropriately. And is there a need? Is there a demonstrated growth here? Is there a population that needs and would ask us to provide these services? Yes. And that exact population has grown by something like 72% over the last 20 years. So next slide, please. Very interestingly, the key demographic trend here that I think I would ask folks if you remember sort of only one or two things from my portion of this conversation today, it's the information that's in front of you on this slide here. Folks 60 to 64, which is a nice way that the census sort of chunks this out into 5-year segments here. The folks that are 60 to 64 just became eligible, exactly as the supervisor said. County tells us if you're going to provide services to this population, you sort of start the clock at 60 years old and you run it forward from there. The largest cohort of our population, a 5-year chunk of people out of any portion of our population, absolutely the largest chunk, are now aged 60 to 64 years old. They represent almost a full 10% of our population, right? They just became eligible for these services. We know people are living longer. They're the ones that are now going to move through this system. They are just beginning this journey of needing and wanting these services. The second largest group that is going to need these services is immediately behind them in line. It's the folks that are 55 to 59 years old, and they actually represent almost a full 8% of our population, right? So just with that 10-year bracket, who is split between folks that just became eligible and folks who are very quickly becoming eligible, you have almost a full 20% of our population that is just at the beginning of needing these services. Right? Again, this is not me projecting. This is not anybody projecting. This is the federal government through the census providing actual counts. Right? The third largest group that needs these services is actually already benefiting from it, and they're the folks that are age 70 to 74 years old. So, very quickly, if you take a look at the next page, next slide, please. What you will see is sort of the curve of our population. You can see that breakout of the 60 to 64-year-olds. That's the tallest bar on the chart. The next bar to its left is the second largest. You see where the 70 to 74-year-olds are. And interestingly, if you're looking for, sort of 4 and 5, what you find is that 45 to 49-year-olds are sort of, coming in hot and fast, moving very quickly through this system, so that they're actually the 5th largest group here. So is there a need? Absolutely, right? Is there a population that will ask for these services and benefit from them? Absolutely. So with that, I will step aside and hand it to my colleague Diane, who can tell you about all of the amazing work that she and her team do.
Unless anyone has any questions
I'm sorry.
for Jeremy.
No, I don't. Just reiterating the point where kind of bringing it down to if a person is building a new home, I can't think of many times, particularly when you're planning for a future, that you build to what you need exactly right now and not plan for the changes that will happen in your own family in the future, whether it be including, elderly ADU sections for folks to retire into or planning on more children. So I just want to be clear that you're talking about a baseline window of planning as we plan ahead. That's the definition of planning, is for what we see in these trends. And it's about a 30-year window.
Correct. I'm not sure anything other than yes is a
Just want to be
useful
clear
answer.
about
Yes.
why, or my question would have been, why are the trends important?
Why what? I'm sorry?
Why are the trends important? Why is it important to us to not just do what we're doing right now?
Demographics is destiny, right? It's a common phrase for folks in my line of work. And I think if you don't spend time with the data, then you're likely not going to benefit from the insight that it can share with you, not only about where you find yourself today, but where you're inevitably going to find yourself at moments in time moving forward. So very quickly, we can assume that there is a need, even if the only thing that happens is we attempt to provide service to the people who are already here. That alone demonstrates need. The population is getting bigger. The population of people aging into this set of services is getting bigger, right? And they're living longer. Those 2 points alone, I think, rationalize, that's not the right word, but justify the need for this conversation and this proposal. That is different than looking at and projecting about continued population growth within the community, but we've seen a clear trend there, right? So in other words, if we're asking the question, in addition to need locally, is there essentially people who are moving to this community that will provide an additional need for service? I think we can reasonably assume that the answer is yes. And why do I say that? Because as much as we have attempted to lift the drawbridge at the canal and keep people from coming east over the last several decades, it hasn't worked, right?
Well, also we have to take into account that we're also a community that has quite a number of second homeowners that from anecdotal knowledge, and this is just purely anecdotal knowledge, people, spend their summers here. These people have bought homes here and are part of this community. And then as they age, the tendency that I hear from my friends and people in my neighborhood is, I'm retiring. I'm getting rid of the place in the city. Don't want to be in the city at that age, and I'm retiring out here. So we also have that group as well that I would think we have to think about in terms of population.
I would just echo what you've said, which is I think the educating of the public about the changing profile of the population and what that means to public policy and the services we require are huge. I think the one other piece I'd just like you to iterate a little bit more is, I have young children, as does David. The chances of them becoming centenarians and living to 100 is dramatically higher with the healthcare we have. So this is something that's only going to increase over time. Right now, we're looking at projections out 10, 20, 30 years. But beyond that, the need to provide services to seniors is critical. And that's for a variety of reasons. One is that they will be the workforce as well. People will be working longer as time goes by. And I think Diane will speak to this a little bit more, but the services we provide to seniors to help keep them healthy and prevent illness is critical as well. So thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Diane.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Supervisor and Town Board members. My name, can you hear me? Is this okay?
That's a little bit better, thanks. I think I need to get my hearing checked.
Well, you and me both. My name is Diane Patrizio. I've been with the town for almost 16 years and the director of the Human Services Department for 14. I want to talk to everybody over at the senior center right now because I know they've been watching for over an hour and food is being served, and I apologize for speaking while they're eating. I'm not sure who will be paying attention. So let's talk about aging. Despite years of progress in our understanding of aging, public perceptions still view aging as someone else's problem. People tend to focus on the aged as an otherized group. Undesirable. The public associates aging almost exclusively with decline and deterioration. Isolated. A majority of the public perceives old age not only as an outside obstacle, but also as a personal or familial problem, not a challenge that society shares. Fatalistic. Intimately tied to these perceptions are fears of decline, depression, and dependence. Such fears not only imbue aging with dread, but also impede support for policies and solutions that address the challenges and the opportunities associated with age. We need to start embracing 100-year lives. In 2018, the Sanford Center on Longevity created the new map of life, 100 Years to Thrive. The dramatic acceleration of life expectancy during the 20th century happened so quickly that the social institutions, economic policies, and social norms that evolved when people lived half as long are no longer up to the task. The advent of 100-year lives coincides with declining birth rates, and these two defining demographic trends are often conflated into a crisis narrative about an aging society about to be engulfed by a gray tsunami. The crisis mindset assumes that people will age in the future as they did in the past, that financing 100-year lives is an insurmountable challenge, and that additional mechanisms for saving, investing, and supplementing income are beyond reach. A static view of what it means to age distorts our perspectives about longevity in the future and our measure of the true costs and benefits. It overlooks opportunities to change the trajectory of aging with new realities rather than those of the last century. We must embrace a world in which future centenarians will thrive and develop programs and services to meet their evolving needs. So our vision is to reframe aging. The current East Hampton Senior Center serves community members aged 60 to 100. This represents 3 generations of seniors with a range of interests, backgrounds, strengths, and needs. Our vision is to offer new programs and opportunities for this dynamic generation of older adults. The only thing holding us back is the physical constraints of the current center. The East Hampton Senior Center offers a wide variety of programs and services, including meal and nutrition programs, information and assistance, health and wellness programs, transportation services, public benefits counseling, social and recreational activities, and educational and art programs. There are currently 2 programs operating under the Senior Nutrition Program. The Congregate Meal Program, a 3-course meal served at the center, and Grab and Go, 5 frozen meals available for pickup once a week. The Grab and Go program, which began in the summer of 2022, evolved from the COVID-19 home delivery program. 2023 was a record year for the program as the senior nutrition staff prepared 33,105 meals between the 2 programs. And operating 2 nutritional programs in an undersized kitchen creates multiple challenges for staff and limits the growth of these programs. So let's look at some numbers. These are our nutrition numbers. In 2011, 13,220 meals were prepared. And you can see over the years, the number of meals has steadily increased. Then in 2020, we were dealing with the pandemic, which was especially hard on our 60-plus community. And almost 60,000 meals were prepared and delivered to 456 seniors. We continue to recover, but as you see, in 2023, 33,105 meals were served to 317 seniors. Social adult daycare. The social adult daycare program was created for seniors 60-plus requiring assistance in at least one of the daily activities, the activities of daily life. We have learned that our seniors, even those experiencing mild dementia, preferred a more inclusive approach and benefited more by continuing to participate in our nutrition and wellness programs, either on their own or with the help of their aide. They preferred to be part of the larger community rather than separated. There are also some seniors that require more intensive personal care assistance than the social model can provide, so they would not have qualified for that program. So by 2021, the demand for the social adult daycare program in our community was diminished. On this page, there are some social adult daycare numbers. The trend below demonstrated that it was not fiscally responsible to continue the program in its current form. So in 2017, we had 12 clients with a program budget of $396,271. As the years went by, the numbers decreased, and after COVID, at that time, no one wanted to come back, and we only had 2 clients at that time. And we still had a budget of $337,738. So given this trend, the town pivoted and created programs for the aging in 2022, adding more programs opened to all residents at 60-plus.
So Diane, I mean, obviously, you've been working at the center, you've been the 16 years, you've been the director for 14. So you've been very involved in the social adult daycare program. And you want to just talk a little bit about some of the folks that in the past may have qualified for that program and how they are now using the center?
Sure. I mean, I would say at least 50% of those that participated in adult daycare had their own aides accompany them. So they are still and would have been able to participate in our meal programs and our activities. You know, I've also seen when we thought people transitioned from nutrition and suggested perhaps adult daycare was the way to go. I've also seen when we came back from COVID, since we didn't have adult daycare, a few people that were part of it who were thriving back in our nutrition program. So, you know, they're all different kinds of inclusive models. It just, having to have a staff of 4 when we would have just a few people, and I believe when people came to visit, if you saw more people at the table, that was because 4 people were staff. So it just seems to be working out. If we were getting calls that people needed the service, we would address it. We just haven't found that to be the case. And also, we waited until after we did the community outreach. So when we did those 3 days of outreach, I really wanted to see if anyone in the community brought that up as something important. And no one did bring it up through all those meetings. But if we get calls now, we see if someone can attend our program. And there are people with mild dementia that do fine in our program because, you know, we have a very caring staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my mom went through the terrible long night's journey of stroke-related dementia to her death over a 5-year period. And I can say that what happens to these folks in isolation is really cruel. And her doctors all pushed us to make sure that with her daily routine of, you know, going out to lunch and having, even being in a room where people are socializing when her ability to speak left her was beneficial for her, and aiding that terrible sense of, being placed in a room and a TV on, and that's your day because you have dementia. So I understand the need for this socialization. I think it's well documented everywhere.
I would second that, and you've seen it in the school systems as well, where special education has moved from a pull-out model to an inclusion model. It benefits both those getting the services and actually those around them, just learning that we need to be inclusive in our lives, full stop.
Exactly, that's what we found as well.
Well, while we're on the subject, I'm certainly not an expert on this matter, but just to be clear, and this might be a difficult question, it sounds like the goal is to integrate them into the larger programs.
That's what we've been doing.
Are there any people that you think who would have been provided a service, under the current system, who won't be in the new system?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe that we would have been able to serve them anyway.
That's what I mean.
That's part of the issue. Yes, there are
the
people.
idea is we'll serve the same population in a different way?
In a different way. When certainly there are seniors that could benefit for a medical model of an adult daycare program, but we're a social model. So the additional services they would need, more personal care, we just never provided, and they would not be able to be part of our program.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diane.
Okay. So in response to this shift of our older residents living longer and healthier lives, the Human Services Department increased wellness activities, educational programs, and clubs designed to meet the needs and interests of our 60 and over community. As staying active can energize your mood, relieve stress, enhance mobility, flexibility and balance, and improve your overall sense of well-being. Our partners include the East Hampton YMCA Rec Center and the Stony Brook Southampton Hospital Wellness Institute. And in 2023, a new position was added to the Human Services Department, Senior Citizen Club Leader. Having a staff person coordinate new and varied programming opportunities for seniors helps to improve the lives of those who participate. It should be noted that these program offerings are continually evaluated for senior interests, needs, and participation. In 2023, 240 seniors actively participated in the following programs: our yoga classes, healing circle, qigong, meditation, mindful movement, balance and self-defense, bar sculpt, blood pressure readings, bridge, bingo, knitting, and current events. Given that programs, oh yes, I'm sorry.
Ask you again, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I really am, but we're right here where I had a question before when it was raised that there's plenty of opportunities in the community for people to go to commercial places and have these activities. Has anybody ever looked at the cost for someone to participate in these activities, and what is the cost at the senior center for these activities?
Well, we're free, so I'm pretty sure our cost is less than anyone else.
Well, I did that too. I looked at private, because we're using yoga instructors that work at
Mandala, yes, and other
different places, and a yoga class is anywhere from $20, $30, $35 for a session, and here we're offering, and we will be offering in the new center, really for free programming, because we want to keep our seniors active and strong and improve their balance, and I sign on to that. I'm in that largest growing cohort at 62 of, I look forward to the day when I can, take a morning yoga class and do some mindful meditation.
But can I also speak to
going out for
aging
meals
and
as well in our town? Specifically, anybody that actually just buys sandwiches in our town knows the cost of what it cost here.
But there is another level, when you start aging, and I'll speak for myself. Being the oldest person in the yoga class, I just started noticing when I'm the oldest person on the subway. I don't know how that happened. Or when I'm the oldest person in a yoga class. And I shared a story with Kathy the other day that I was going to a concert once, and the people online were substantially younger. And when I walked by with my friend, I was too uncomfortable to go in because I saw them looking at me. And in my head, they thought, what would this old lady be coming to, quite frankly, a Papa Roach concert? Well, I just wanted to go, but I didn't go in. And so there really is something to be said for, I still think I'm pretty vital. I'm working, and a lot of us are. And I feel very strongly that a vital center is important. You know, we are aging differently. And I just think, you know, we can't do much more in that building.
Diane, if you don't mind, so my background is exercise science. My degree is in kinesiology. I know we own physical therapy clinics. I've worked in the gym for decades. This is my bread and butter right here. What you're talking about is the threshold. A lot of seniors have an issue with walking through the threshold of the door of a new facility right now. I worked in England on a program called the OASIS program, in which we try to dedicate and design programs for individuals in the community that were not taking advantage of health and wellness programs, try to educate them at a very basic level, and then track them through a prescriptive period of time of their exercise and prescription to try to maintain their consistency. Because as we know, it's about consistency when you get to the physical body right now. The program that we have set there using the financing that we've actually reallocated to it, I believe is extremely important and supportive on there. During COVID, one of the largest industries in East Hampton that took the hit was the exercise fitness locations, where some of the memberships might cost upwards of $1,000 now. Yes, you can go get a silver sneaker discount through your insurance if you go a certain period of time, but it's still very difficult for individuals' mentalities, and this could be young, this can be ectomorphs, mesomorphs, all different body sizes, to walk through a threshold of another facility. But if they see others of the same size, same age, same color, same everything, they might actually do it in a way that would be longer lasting and have better results for the physical body and mind of that person. That is something that I know personally and professionally, and my mother has enjoyed these programs also. So I thank you for them.
That also comes down to design. You want to walk into a place that, you know, when you're doing wellness, the atmosphere in wellness is part of the wellness program.
Yeah, we still have a lot to offer. So now I want to talk about Ashwag Hall. Given that program space has been a real challenge for us at the Senior Center, we piloted a program in 2019 at Ashwag Hall. Over the first month, 100 senior residents showed up to participate, demonstrating the interest for these types of programs. They wouldn't come to the Senior Center. So, you know, we did something to see, is there more interest? And we immediately found out that there was. While Wellness 60 Plus was placed on pause during the COVID-19 pandemic, it's active again and runs from September through May at Ashwag Hall. And presently, we have balance and self-defense, Qigong dance, and osteoporosis prevention and stretching. And we are grateful to the Springs Improvement Society for opening their doors so we could expand our wellness offerings to the community of those 60 plus. The additional services that we offer are referral and case management, Hispanic outreach program, mental health services with Family Service League, free mental health counseling for seniors, an emergency registry program, a senior transportation program, senior shopping program, expanded in-home services program, residential repair program, and the Suffolk County Senior Advocate visits our office. The current senior center has served the seniors of our community for over 30 years. It was once a bar, and the building is over 100 years old. The kitchen is undersized and includes storage in the basement and a walk-in freezer outdoors. The dining room is also undersized and requires some seniors to sit in an adjacent room when there is a large turnout for lunch. There are 2 rooms for activities, the activity room, which is adjacent to the dining room, and the lounge, which is the former adult daycare space. There is no lobby, and given the shortage of programming space, the rooms need to be constantly set up and furniture moved. To give some perspective, below are the relative sizes of buildings here in town that provide a community benefit. So the current senior center comes in at 11,700 square feet. The proposed at 21,887 square feet. The Montauk Playhouse is 49,117 square feet. Sport Time at Terry King, 23,541. CDCH, 22,204. The East Hampton Rec Center, 21,000 square feet. And the new Stony Brook Southampton Emergency Department building will be 22,000 square feet. The next slide lists the town's grantees and our program partners. We work with Family Service League, Phoenix House, Eleanor Whitmore, Childhood Center, Project MOS, Community Council, The Retreat, Neo-Political Cowgirls, I Try, the Montauk Youth Association, the Montauk Senior Nutrition Program, East Hampton Meals on Wheels, the East Hampton Springs and Montauk Food Pantries, RSVP, Southampton Hospital Wellness Initiative, the East End Disabilities Group, East End Hospice Incorporated, and Ruta 27. 12-step programs also utilize the center. 12-step programs serve an additional 350 community members, accounting for 624 hours of additional building usage annually. Their programs take place nights and weekends. 3 groups meet on Sunday, 2 on Monday, 1 on Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 2 groups meet there as well. East Hampton Meals on Wheels, wow, that was a little, is a 501c3 nonprofit, and it has been serving East Hampton's homebound residents for over 30 years. Volunteers deliver 2 nourishing meals per day to clients Monday to Friday, with weekend meals provided on Friday to those who request them. They receive no federal, state, or county government subsidies and rely on private donations and sliding scale donations from clients who are able to provide them. They provide approximately 300 meals per week to both seniors and younger homebound residents. We rely on this partnership as the town of East Hampton does not have a hot meal delivery program. So having them work out of their own office in the proposed center would enable staff to provide services to those who need it more efficiently. Regarding the East Hampton Food Pantry, it was relocated to the Town Hall campus during the Cantwell administration, as they could no longer operate at their previous location. During the initial planning stages for the proposed senior center, it was agreed that the food pantry would move once again and make the new senior center their permanent base of operations. But on August 11th of 2022, the East Hampton Food Pantry board members communicated to the town board that they liked where they were and they were happy to stay where they are. So it was then agreed that the East Hampton Food Pantry would make the town hall campus their permanent base of operations. What I have to follow is the present 2024 senior daily usage schedule. The days begin at 5 a.m. when the center is fully disinfected. The kitchen staff arrives at 7 to begin setting up and preparing meals. Transportation staff arrives at 7:30 to work on their schedules and to do their bus checks. The rest of the staff arrive between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. There are activities throughout the day, and the 12-step programs on Monday are there until 8 p.m. Tuesday, we always start the day at the same time. There are activities through the day. On Tuesdays in the evening, the CSEA sometimes has their meetings at our center. Wednesday, the day ends at 7:45 with another 12-step program, activities throughout the day. Thursday, same thing, staff reporting early, getting everything ready, activities going on, and then two 12-step groups that end at 8:30. And on Friday, the 12-step group is there till 9:30 p.m. And you can also see that Saturday and Sunday, there are 5 12-step groups using the center, and starting at 10 a.m. and ending about 5:30 p.m. So the building is even in usage on the weekend. So the key takeaways: the success of current and future programs for a growing senior population relies on a thoughtfully designed ADA-compliant facility that is 10,000 square feet larger than the current senior center. The senior nutrition program needs a well-designed kitchen that is larger. There is unlimited potential to deliver diverse and varied programming to a growing senior population. But to accommodate this, dedicated spaces are needed for the most popular activities: wellness, cards and bingo, arts and crafts, and space for media viewing and lectures, as well as a comfortable lobby for meetups. The proposed senior center has been designed to meet these needs and has the potential to be a vibrant place of learning, socialization, and wellness for a growing segment of our community, adults 60 plus. Thanks, Diane. Does anybody else?
I do. Firstly, I just want to thank you and your department for the amazing job you do for this town. It's been a privilege to become the liaison and actually see what you guys do, and it's incredible. So thank you. I do have one quick question on social isolation. I read a report the other day that nearly 30% of seniors live alone, and the impacts that has on their health, be it through physical inactivity, leading to heart disease, depression. Is that something you see in our community as well? Do you have a rough estimate of perhaps what percentage of our seniors live alone?
Oh, that I don't know. But, we do work with RSVP, who are make calls daily to check on seniors that live alone to make sure they're all right. Meals on Wheels, if they're with us, we might be able to reach more of their clients, work, collaborate, see if we can get people to come in. We now have the new Senior Citizen Club leader who's reaching out. Word spreads. I think if we have to change what everyone thinks it is to be a senior, and it's not just about needing help. It's about the contact with friends, right? It's movement. We recently had a concert there, right, Kathy? Mm-hmm. We had Nancy Atlas and Inda Eaton there, and the place was rocking. It was awesome, and everybody loved it, and that would bring more people in. And I think that's just as vital as everything else we do. The meal's important, but who you sit by and who you talk to and who shows you concern when you come in the building, that matters.
And we've also heard anecdotally, I've had, folks come to me that, seniors have lost a spouse, and they found that the senior center was their lifeline, because they would have been, home by themselves, and, widows and widowers coming and finding community.
But we need to have people living alone think coming to the senior center is positive.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That they're going to enjoy themselves and feel welcome. And that's what we're going to work on, right,
I have
Tom?
one. I've been there. It's great. I'm looking for. We've got birthdays on Thursday.
Yeah, right? We're ready. Okay. Thank you very much.
Diane. I'm sorry, we don't take questions, but if what you'd like to do is, before you leave, if you want to give your phone number or email address to the town clerk, and we're happy to reach out to you and answer any questions you have or meet with you. But we need to keep this moving, and we're going to invite up now our architects, our lead architects on the new senior center design, Carol Ross Barney and Renette Riley. Welcome, ladies, and
We have text on ours too.
Yeah, so
Okay.
here, I think it's
Yeah, that's fine.
sized.
Are
as
you gonna
good.
drive us?
No, I'll get out of the way, but let me just do the share.
I would like you to drive.
Okay, it was a request. All right. Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. Both Carol and I are honored to have a chance to go through our design recap and what we've done for the last year and a half, almost 2 years. I'm Ronette Riley, owner of Ronette Riley Architect. I've worked on a number of senior centers, community centers, recreation facilities in my own practice. And this is my partner, Carol Ross Barney, who's equally worked on these projects.
I'm Carol Ross Barney, and it's true, I'm the one from Chicago. I'm the lead designer for the project. Almost all of our work is public space, and I can't tell you how happy I am to have this project, how happy I am to be working with Ronette on it. I had an opportunity, it was not more than like a couple weeks ago, to visit one of the first senior centers we did. It's in Evanston, Illinois. It was completed about 15 years ago. And I remember sitting with their town board doing exactly what you're doing now, because there weren't that many people using the existing center. They're saying, well, you know, we know the needs out there, but what'll happen when we overbuild? So we built a center that was 3 times as big as what they had. And when I was there 2 weeks ago, every single room was being used simultaneously. There were 4 yoga classes happening at the same time, all senior yoga. And the seniors are fighting to use their own building. Typically, they don't schedule a lot of stuff after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, for example. So this building now is used by the Children's Theater after 5. There's a nighttime basketball league that, actually, it's a midnight basketball league that uses it all through the night. And even on Sunday, there is a community church that has their worship services in the major space. And so if Evanston, Illinois is any example for you, you're going to be fighting people, not, to use this building. So I've been really happy to work on it, and we're really happy to have the opportunity to show you how we got to where we are today.
Great. And at the other end of that scale, I just finished a senior center in the Bronx for our Puerto Rican community, and salsa and dancing was a very big part of the program, and dominoes. So I just want to talk about what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about how the project developed, go through the design, and then talk about the exterior materials and visual representation of the center. We originally planned, next slide please. We originally planned a community engagement process for 6 weeks. It actually ended up being about 6 months. We had a in-person meeting at the senior center. Everyone was invited, but specifically to address the seniors. We had a in-person meeting here in this room for anyone who wanted to come for engagement. And we also had a 3-week online survey that was well advertised, bilingual advertisement, to engage anyone to fill out the survey. And I think we had 3 Zoom meetings as well. So we reached out, and we were told that the response to our survey was the highest that the town had ever received. So when people say we're pushing the process, I feel like we're taking the time that the process needs, and we've done that. So in terms of the next slide.
And just let me interpret this slide for you.
Going back?
Go back one. because it came up during the comment period. If you look at the slide, the dots that are green are specific activities that were held here for the senior center. The dots that are black were public events where the senior center was discussed. So that's the number of meetings that we've had in public.
During that period, yeah. Thank you so much, Carol. So our next slide are just some photographs of our events. We utilized a lot of tools from sticky notes to survey cards to one-on-one conversations. Both of our offices attended with numerous people so that we could engage in those one-on-one. We came out of that experience with various goals that we were listening to what the community wanted. And those goals were very important in us establishing what the program should be for the center. And after that, we actually held a design charrette with the board and the center staff to analyze how big and where the relationships. Key in these concepts was the walking distances, and we'll talk about that a little later. We'll go to the next one. More slides of community engagement, and then the last slide, next slide, is the sort of different methods and analysis that we did.
I would add something in here. 30 years ago, my studio was asked to design the new federal building that replaced the Murrah building in Oklahoma City. The crazy part about it is even though Congress gave GSA money to build it, nobody wanted to go back. So GSA gave us the assignment to figure out what do people want? And it was a new assignment. I have to tell you that that wasn't done very often in architecture, but we took it as a really serious assignment. And ever since then, we've been really studying what engagement is and how to do good engagement with communities, what useful things we can get out of it. So on this slide, this slide is sort of a collection of the different techniques we used here. It was a unique engagement for this community, but what, for example, the surveys that we did were done in English and in Spanish. So if you couldn't speak English, you could participate. But we were very careful about the methods and how we could collect information.
Next slide.
Oh, okay, great. So this slide, after we finished the engagement, we tried to summarize what we learned. And what you're seeing is we summarized it into two categories: themes, things that we heard a lot, the reoccurring things were mentioned multiple times in multiple ways, and that included connection with the outdoors, activities that built on the existing center, activities about the arts, activities about wellness. The dining room was really important, and what was stressed was that it was a place of social interaction. A lot of people were really concerned about the site, that it's a very natural site. I have to tell you, I truly respect the town's dedication to environmentally sustainable design. A lot of people brought that up also. And then finally, they did appreciate the staff a lot. And what we did with that is we developed it into goals. And each time that we review it, I have to tell you, we bring the goals back and we look at them. We want to measure the skid. We want to make sure we stay on these goals. And so the goals that were the most important were the home away from home, net zero energy, open and airy came up a lot, and that was a goal. The program, that we'd have adequate space for lectures, seminars, and learning, that the building engaged the mind, body, and soul, ample parking, a coffee bar and a place to eat. And then there was the last goal we had was to use the site well and provide space for outdoor exercise.
So in addition to just looking at physical and energy, we also were in tune with design for aging, and trying in our design goals to create a sense of community, an opportunity for engagement, try to mitigate any loneliness,
Provide a sensory experience. So we want a place that excites you and elevates you. Also a safe place for you to go and be alone there or be with groups or do various things. And we looked at the site and the building under these value themes, and we also felt that a flexible use, because we don't know will things change in 10 years or 20 years, but we're not designing for today, we're designing for the future. And these goals that we came up for were, and I don't know about if anyone else is cold in this room, but better temperature control was an important goal for the interiors. Providing assisted listening. Acoustics, making sure the acoustics in the center, because as you age, hearing is a big issue. We wanted to create a club and home-like atmosphere. We wanted the aesthetics to be an uplifting experience, and we felt that any improvement on the current center would be a dramatic improvement, from that point of view. We talked about color and contrast, depth of field, visibility, because as we age, our eyes see things differently. Lighting for contrast and modulation, minimizing glare, and also taking advantage of natural daylight and views. Looking at materials, low impact flooring, sufficient space around the furniture so you can get yourself seated and be comfortable. Bigger bathrooms and higher toilets, these are the things that I hear from our clients and my mother. Choice of opportunity, creating passive and active activity areas, private and enclosed spaces. You don't want to just have someone in a big room feeling alone. It was important to also have these open and public spaces. Wayfinding around the site. It's almost 700 feet up a flagpole to get to the building. And we want to make sure that they know where to go to pick up their weekly meals and how they enter the building, and all that with wayfinding and signage was very important. And that's both inside, which wing they're attending, where they're going, and then also exterior. We wanted to create a sense of place and attachment. We wanted areas of activity on the exterior as well as the interior. Once again, a comprehensive signage program. Separating walking and vehicular traffic. This was very important, and making sure that we had clear paths of travel. We wanted to create outdoor opportunities for conversation and nodes for information exchange. Like walking into this room, you pass by the pollinator garden, and that's an opportunity for information. We want comfort on the outside as well, rest stops along the main paths, an ADA walking trail, outdoor seating. If you're waiting for your ride or the bus, we want seating both indoors and outdoors, sun shading, trees and overhead protection, the ADA parking beyond the code minimums, and most importantly, curbless sidewalks. So we eliminate some tripping hazards and navigational, mobility issues. We also want to have private areas outside. And just for those who haven't visited the center, here the center is on Springs Fireplace. This is during lunch. Next slide. And so through all of this, we looked at the program, and I think this is really important when people question the size of the center. We looked at the current common area uses, which was a little over 3,000 square feet, and we proposed to more than double that to 7,000 and change. We looked at the staff spaces and the storage building services, and we analyzed them. It's very inefficient to have to go to the basement every time you need something, plus the basement is not exactly organized around efficient use. So we looked at that. We spent a lot of time trying to understand spaces for things and for people. I know there was a comment about the offices being too big, but these offices were done to accommodate the seniors who need one-on-one consulting on various services. So in the plans, you'll see tables are different sizes because of who's using those rooms and where it is. But our result was that our staff and storage spaces are actually less in the proposed center than they are in the new center. And the same with the commercial kitchen. It was never designed to do the functions that it does, and when it started having the frozen meal service, now you have daily preparation and you have assembly. So we wanted to create separate spaces for that. So the space is double. And then once again, looking only at the storage, we were actually able to reduce it.
So to interpret this drawing for you, oops, sorry, Jeremy. The purple spaces are the common spaces. What's dark, okay, the block, these are all proportional, so you can imagine them, the old building to the new building. The block is the new space, the whole block. The portion that's shaded, that's a lighter shade, is the current center. So then the same one, if you go down to the staff spaces, the whole block is what we are going to have, but in this case, we're cutting it down, so we're shading off something. And then same going down those, the yellow is commercial kitchen, and the pink is storage.
May I just ask you to clarify, it's such a general word, storage. You spoke about the flex spaces before. Could you just give a little detail of what we're storing?
Yeah. Okay. Right now,
and why a basement is difficult?
Okay. Okay, right now you have a lot of storage, and the use, it's not well lit, it's not well organized, and so what we did when we did the program is we looked at what you're actually storing, and we worked with Diane to talk about how it would be ideally stored. And we have some more slides later that will show you what we're storing and how much space we're devoted to each. Actually, we were able to save some spaces, some because we combine maintenance and storage, and you have a lending collection of medical devices, and we were able to put that in storage too, so it's much more efficient now.
Okay, thanks. I'll wait for the slides.
I'm working on, I'm remodeling my own high school right now, which is scary. They had 7 Christmas trees in their storage. We're getting rid of that. Not that you have 7, but that's what we're getting rid of.
But whoops, I'm sorry, just to, what is stored are the decorations for the holidays. We plan to be able to store chairs on dollies. We're storing all of those sort of products and things that are needed outside the kitchen. The kitchen has its own storage.
Thank you.
Okay, so Kate, we're going to talk to you like multiple times about this from different viewpoints. So the next slide is, this is the detailed, and audience, I'm really sorry, I know you can't see this, but this is the detailed list of spaces that we worked with as we designed the building. What we've done is we've updated it a little bit here so you could understand again in comparison to what you have now. So if you look at the common spaces, the list of rooms are the rooms that are going to be in the new building. You'll see them in a plan in a minute. The actual area we have in the plan today is the next column over. And that's net square footage. That's the footage that you can actually use for activities. And then the next column over is the existing senior center, where we can compare it. It's not a one-to-one all the time because different rooms are being used for different things. And then the final, there's some little comments about things that are unique or important. But I think that you can look at this at your leisure. We'll talk about it enough so that you get the high points. And you can see just going down the list, we did the same thing for staff spaces. The staff spaces do not relate on a one-to-one. We worked really hard with Diane to optimize the office spaces and how they're used. We have some more drawings later on showing how they're used. But you can see that we have about the same amount of office space. The reason it's less, you can see the 2,600 to the 3,600. The reason it's less is because the building that you're using for office space now is not very efficient, and you've all been there, so you know what I'm talking about. The next is a commercial kitchen. Again, it's not one-to-one because this kitchen will be designed specifically for the program that you are serving. So we can go to the next slide now. And then Aha, here's the Christmas tree storage room, the support spaces, and again, we can't give you a one-to-one, but later on we'll show you how we intend the spaces to be used. And it came out one-to-one, but actually what we're putting in our square footage, what's in the first column is much more efficient than what you're doing now. For example, the mechanical space for our heating and cooling the building are included in that, so it's really much more efficient. And then I want to call your attention to the very bottom. There's a box at the bottom, and you can see that we are creating about 18,500 square feet of usable space. This is a space where you can sit in it, put a table in it, put a desk in it, and that there's only 3,300 square feet of unassigned space. That's in corridors, partitions, stuff like that, stuff you can't use. This, I'm really, I think that one of the reasons that we picked the windmill plan was because this this proportion of is much more efficient than a typical building. And the reason it's so efficient is there are almost no quarters in this plan because of that center space. And it works really well for the program, but it's also a good economic and financial strategy. So I probably spent way too much time, but you can take that home with you, and if you need to go to sleep, I'm sure you put it next to your bed, and that'll do it. But we want to talk now, so we spent the first, really it was 6 months after we coordinated meetings, learning about you and learning about the community, and learning about what people thought and what they wanted for this building. And at the same time, we were looking around us and trying to figure out what this building wanted to be from a community and from a cultural standpoint. And I want to show you some of the buildings that we want you to be familiar with, because they seem to be not the most important. I'm going to show you two, and we actually looked at way more than two. But there's a really interesting new building. It was built by the state. It's at Jones Beach, so it's like a couple hours back up the road. But it's a net zero building. It's a visitor center for Jones Beach. It's net zero, and it has solar collectors, and it also has really low carbon materials. So we looked at that as a precedent.
I'm sorry, just for some of our audience who might not know, can you just clarify exactly what you mean by net zero?
Net zero means that the building produces as much energy as it uses.
Thank you.
Which is daunting. But right now, the design proposal that you are looking at is a net zero building, a net zero energy building. Another, you can go to the next slide, Jeremy. Another building we looked at because it's a building that people talk about and remember, is the Jewish Center for the Hamptons. This building was built in it was completed in '89. And it was really interesting to us because it has a belovedness that we think that a community center can have. I went there this morning, by the way. It was really interesting. I ran into the maintenance guy, so I have a lot to tell you about maintaining the building, but I could do that later too. Jeremy, next slide. Design is going from all the criteria from the entire universe to a very specific answer. So the process is from large to small, but it's not a straight line necessarily. And quite honestly, for any building and any building program, there's not one good answer. There's probably hundreds of good answers. So our job, the way we look at our job, is to make sure that we're giving you at least one good answer. So to get there, what we did next is we tried to find at least 3 or 4 good answers and analyze them and see which one would be the best for East Hampton and the best for the site we have. So I'm not going to go into those in detail. We actually drew plans, we made cost estimates, we met with Diane, we met with the board and talked about these alternatives. These are the 4 final ones that we spent the most time on. And you can see windmill down in the corner. It doesn't look exactly what it looks like now because at the same time, we're also thinking about and exploring materials and site treatment, other criteria. So the next slide. So it was actually more than a year ago now that we, with the board, decided that the highest potential out of the solutions that we could see doing on the site was this one that we called Windmill. And the reason it was a long discussion, but the reason that we picked it is it really used the site well. We clear the least amount of the site in this scheme. We changed the topography the least. We have I'll get to it in more detail, but an intuitive parking system that's really close to the building, but it still is not obtrusive, so you feel like you're going to a parking lot. In fact, it separates the staff and user parking. And the other thing we could do is we get most of the user parking really close to the door in this scheme, closer than the other schemes. The building had similar benefits. We were really interested. The site is, it's a really nice site. It feels like the Hamptons when you're standing in the middle of it. It's wooded. We're going to talk more about the woodiness of it, but it is wooded. It has a number of different view sheds, and we wanted to emphasize that, and this design did it the best. We liked that the wings separated the program. It was interesting. When you're doing a building with spaces like this one of the things we were really concerned of was daylighting for the building, so that if you're in a classroom or you're in an office, you can operate in daylight. It has great energy payback, but it's also really important how people feel while they're using the space. But the flip side of that is buildings that are more than about 60 feet wide aren't very usable because there isn't any sunlight into the middle of that space. So it seemed to us that we needed to have a building that was 60 or less feet wide. And by doing this, we actually got the shortest walking distances, and we got the best program separation. The plan I already talked about, this was the most efficient plan we did in terms of net area to gross area. The other thing is we did look at growing this building, and that's kind of funny because I know a lot of the comments are like, oh my God, we're already putting too much on, so don't grow it. But this gave us limited growth, but it did allow for possible future growth.
And I think the other thing, too, is the topography of the site. There's over 15 feet of elevation change when you reach the end of the whole part of the flag lot. And then where the building is actually sitting is in a natural bowl that is, once again, the least amount of disturbance to the site.
Next slide.
And for me, and I just want to reiterate that we had these discussions in work sessions like we're having now. We went over each design and we picked the design in a work session. But also for me, one of the things that are the elements of it being kind of flat and spread out like this is the feeling of mass and scale. That concerns us here. So you're not looking up a hill at a two-story building, which is also a function issue. But I know when we selected this, that was one of the criteria too, is wherever you were coming around to look at this building, how much of it at one time will you observe?
I'm glad you brought that up, Kate. Some of those schemes were 2 stories, at least partially 2 stories. The one that was called Courtyard was a 2-story scheme. And I want to address some of the comments that were made earlier in the public comment. A 2-story building for this particular type of building, this is sort of critical at about 20,000 square feet, is not the most cost-effective way to build. And the reason is because exiting and universal access from an institutional building, the requirements are much more stringent than a house. Okay, so that means that if for sake of argument, we made each floor 10,000 square feet and stacked this, we'd have to have 2 stairwells, one at either end of the building, because you have to have 2 means of access. The stairwells are not small. Each one is as big as 2 offices. So we're talking about 2 offices, 4 offices per floor. It would be like adding 8 offices to this building. The second thing about it is, for universal access, we would have to have an elevator if we did a 2-story building. Elevators Modestly, the least you can get them for is about $50,000 a stop, and that's just the elevator and the equipment. So you can see what type of cost you're adding when you add an elevator. Then you have to add space. You have to build the space that it's in also. So, I mean, if the land is valuable, and for certain types of programs, and after you get over a certain height or building size, yeah, multi-story buildings make sense. But for this building, this is the most efficient, both in terms of energy and material that we can get.
And I'd like to add that because this is a senior center, one of the important things that we heard from the staff was easy and immediate access to the people who are using the center. And having, it would be natural to put the staff upstairs, but then they would be farther away. And so that connection between staff and user was a primary design criteria.
Okay, so now we're going to recap the design, go into it, each element in more detail, starting with sustainability. I do want to stress a few of these. I don't know if I need to read all of these to you. This is the minimum amount of tree removal. We are harvesting rainwater to water our lawns. However, we don't have many lawns. One of the we tried to make this site use as much xeriscaping, natural landscape as possible. So there's only 2 small areas of actual clipped lawn. And when I show you the landscaping plan, I'll show you what we're doing and what we're keeping, but it will be naturalized and low maintenance. We've added walking trails, which is sustainable, especially for old people like me. We should walk. Right now, the photovoltaic canopies are creating shade in the parking lots. The photovoltaic canopies will supplement our energy. Let's keep going on this list. Most of the, okay, I want to talk about the building. And I don't want to talk about it in a formulaic. You can read this list of things yourself. But I do want to talk about a couple things. One is, there was a question about why is there so much glazing? The building is actually 40% glazed. It's actually less, it's about 35% glazed. And when you're doing sustainable buildings, there's a tipping point. The point where you are losing more energy through the wall, because glass is it's not a great insulator. But the tipping point is where you're losing more energy through the walls of glass than you are gaining it by daylight. And that number for this type of building, this size of building, the range is about right at 35%. That's a tipping point. So we actually engineered this building to be at that point. We do have a sustainability consultant aboard, A10, and they've helped us hit that point. To get there, we had to do other you had to use other energy sustainable strategies. All the glazing is triple glazed. We looked at that too to see if that was the most effective. And not only is it the most effective in terms of energy, it turns out it's the most effective in terms of building cost to first cost. So there's a question.
You don't have to add the heating if it was double glazed.
So the question right now, we're hitting a really, I think, a really good energy point. We are going to be operating at about 25 to 30% below baseline, ASHRAE baseline. What that means to you is we're going to be using a little less, the design is a little less than 400 kilowatt hours annually for the building. And that's a good number. I'll give you, we just did a McDonald's, and that is a net zero McDonald's. To give you an idea of the difference a kitchen makes, McDonald's is just a big kitchen. My McDonald's in Florida uses about 750,000 kilowatt hours annually. So this is a very efficient building in terms of its design. When you do net zero, that's the first thing you want to do, is you want to drive down the energy costs by making the building more efficient, by making the building envelope really robust, and by taking advantage of the orientation, daylighting, that type of thing. We have, to offset our energy costs, we have 2 different systems. One's a closed geothermal loop, so it'll be using the ground temperature water to change the coolant temperature. But the rest of it will be electric. And the building is all electric. That's another question. People say, well, does that mean no gas? Yeah, it means no gas, all electric kitchen. And quite honestly, that is the future. To offset the electric use of the building, we have a solar array that's about 18,000 square feet now. It is off the building. There was a question, I think, in some of the notes or whatever that Kathy's always sending on to us, so that we are considering public comment all the time. Why don't you put them on the roof of the building? The roof of the building's 22,000 square feet, so we'd have to cover every inch of it, but we have the extra added challenge that, we're most efficient at 30 degrees when the solar panels are 30 degrees. We couldn't do that on the whole roof. So we actually would have needed more than our building footprint if we had put it on the roof. The other advantage...
And one of the issues we're working on the zoning code amendment group that I'm fortunate to lead is that incentives for net zero building. And one of our issues are that because net zero buildings need those overhangs to increase their efficiency, it increases coverage, building coverage. And right now we're disincentivizing net zero building by including those in coverages.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to show that in a second, but I might not have mentioned it. When I show you the building, you'll see that every single window is shaded so it doesn't get direct sunlight, so we don't heat up the building. And it does increase the roof area. Okay. There's a lot of other points on this slide about the energy and the sustainable design, but I think I'm going to keep going right now because they come up in other parts of the presentation also. And this is our site plan. The site is, well, I want you to remember that it's not served by city services now. There was a question about why the site costs so high. One reason is we're bringing in primary services from Abraham's Path. It's not improved at all. So we'll be bringing in, not gas, but we'll be bringing in water and sanitary and storm sewer from Abraham's Path. Oh, and electric, sorry. I thought I said it, okay. We are, I'm sorry, no, but we're not going to be bringing in sanitary. We are building a septic field to take care of sanitary waste. In fact, it's on the south side, so it's on the right bottom of the screen. If you can see, it's not a very big drawing, but if you see the meadow, we are building a meadow over our sanitary field, so just keep that in your memory. Also, a septic field has to be located at the lowest part of the site. And the site where the flag drive comes in, and then our adjacent property owner on the left-hand side of the screen, that's all high. That's a 15 feet site difference that Ronette was talking about. Right along, we're showing green here, that's a 15-foot down hill. And so basically the site is it's dished out. So what this site plan did is it put that septic field at the right point without penalizing the rest of the development. The other thing it did for us is it got our parking at the lowest part of a flat, low part of the site, and we could build the building in that same flat, low part of the site without doing a lot of regrading. And that was a really important idea for us. Just looking at this as a drawing, you can see that we have about, 120 parking spaces. The ones on the upper part of the screen, those are for the patrons, the users. And then at the very bottom of the screen, we have parking for the employees, also to park their vehicles, the buses that they use and stuff like that. We also planned, the way the food service is working now is some people just pick up meals that are prepared for them. So they will use the back service loop. They'll be able to loop without making any turns or well, they have to make turns. They won't have to back up and make Y turns or T turns or anything like that.
So that's what that access way from the front of the building down the side is for. That would be the food delivery, the staff, and
the fire department.
And food pickup. Oh yeah, fire department. We have to provide access for vehicles on all sides. On the side that looks like we're not providing it, we'll be providing adequate access via paving. Other things to point out about the site right now is our walking trails, which encompass the entire site. We have one that's a pretty simple trail that's in our meadow. That'll be really easy. It'll be paved. Then we have some harder for the really active seniors, trails that go up our 15-foot hill. So.
And we also have overflow parking up the flagpole. The width of that drive is about 83 feet, so we're able to have our two-way road and have parking on either side. We don't plan to pave it, but we plan to use it graded as overflow.
And just quickly, the photovoltaic panels that will be in the parking lot will be also provide shade to cars that are parked there, right?
Yes. Yeah. One thing we're looking at still, right now at the state we're looking at various materials. We have the basic selection made, and it's been largely reviewed, but we're still looking at options. So for example, we're looking at a concrete paving versus a bituminous concrete paving. And one of the advantages is we'll shade that. If we go bituminous, we'll shade it rather than have it be a complete heat island. But right now, we're really in the nitty-gritty looking at the cost and effect of various material selections. We can go to the next slide. This slide is a landscaping plan, and I guess the thing I really want you to look at this one is the areas that are really lawn, and they're the very, very light green that's very near the building, right by the parking and the entrance, and then right looking at our meadow, we have lawn. The rest of the site will be naturalized. The purple color is all going to be done in grasses and native forb, so it'll be a prairie meadow. And then the parts that are in the sort of like very, very chartreusey light pastel green, those are the parts that we're not touching. Basically, the landscaping that's there now. I mean, we'll clear out trees that are obviously sick and dead and that kind of stuff, but basically that part of the site will be untouched. So one of the things that we're really proud about with the site plan is that we are leaving as much as we can of the native environment.
There's been a lot of discussion about the clearing. I've walked the site many times in all seasons, and when we first received the assignment and we looked at Google Earth, it looked like it was a forested natural habitat. In walking the site, and I've done it both with board members and with arborists and civil engineers. And so the condition of the trees, this has never been developed, this site, is they're mostly in decline and they're or dead. And we were actually quite sad to find out how many were just not viable. So if you look at this plan, everything in yellow are the existing trees that will remain, which is about 15. The dark green are the new trees that we're proposing. And the existing trees to be removed are in the light green. And once again, the light green blocking on the north and on the southwest side are areas to have natural landscape.
To those who can't see, it looks like there's a net gain of trees with the project. Is that correct?
Yes. Next. So the 6 slides on the left are showing the various conditions. On the site, we identified eastern white pine, oak, cherry, beech, and sassafras. There wasn't a single sassafras that could be saved, or would we want to.
So on the right side are the trees that we're replacing. We'll be planting about 80 new trees, and they all will be native species. The ones we're looking at now are a Canadian serviceberry, a flowering dogwood, eastern redbud.
Could you have that microphone closer to your face, please?
Those will be the lower, the ornamental trees. We also are going to replace eastern white pine and oak. Okay, next slide. So now we're going to do a little tour of the building and plans. So if you were a bird and you were flying from Abraham's Path, this is what you'd see. And I'm showing you this mostly to give you another idea of the lay of the land, so to speak. You can go to the next slide, Jeremy.
And that just below the staff parking, that's the railroad tracks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Long Island Railroad is running. It'll be at the top of the screen, kind of diagonally. The reason we did that, they're nice. It's really nice to look at because it's heavily wooded. I don't know. It probably is in decline like this piece of property too, but it's great to look at from a distance. So we wanted to use that buffer. You can see our dining room looks out into it, but it's also the noisiest part of our site. So we've put the service functions back there, the kitchen's back there intentionally, so we could mitigate some of the influence of the railroad. Thank you for mentioning that. Actually, Abraham's Path is higher than the site. So as you come off the flat to the true lot, this will be your view. The building will be in the bowl, and you'll be driving down to it, but to a flat area. Next slide. I think I should have done this as a movie. That would have been more impressive, but next time. The front entrance is intentionally very glassy and very open. We want you to be able to see activity when you get there. This is also a good place to explain that we're using, it's called a shared street concept, but it's curbless. The cars and the people share the same surface. We're delineating it by the bollards you see there. It's particularly useful in a building like this because there's no curb, so wheelchair and handicap access is really easy.
Hip flexion. You lift your knee, that's hip flexion. That's one of the greatest muscles you lose when you age.
I'll tell you a story about hip flexion later.
Who would have thought?
I can tell you more stories too.
Yeah, go back one slide, Jeremy, because I forgot to say something. The other thing is the design of the building. Kate mentioned the overhangs. On this facade, on the entry, the overhang allows a car or a bus to be completely covered from rain. They can pull under there. So if you're dropping off your mother, or both you and the person on the passenger side will be out of rain, and the buses that are delivering people will also be out of the rain. This is our one clipped lawn, and right now we're planning to use it for activities. We're showing bocce ball there. I hope that they'll probably ask for pickleball, but that's okay. We'll do that later. Actually, this space is flexible. You could use it for a lot of things. We thought that a little area of lawn would be really, really useful, but we didn't want to have, first of all, lawn is not sustainable because of the amount of chemicals you need to use on it. But we thought a little piece like this would be really an asset to the center.
And the town doesn't use pesticides. We don't use chemicals on our lawn.
And also, there's an outdoor dining option right off that. So there are chairs in the background of this rendering and tables.
Okay, wow. This slide has kind of a funny title. We didn't call it. Biophilia is a really hot topic in design right now, hot topic for design research, because there is empirical evidence that shows that people do better in daylight and surrounded by natural materials and patterns. And so we've emphasized that in the design, both in the views out and in the materials we've selected for the building. And just to remind you, these are little Post-its that we used in one of our engagements, and you can see that the people asked for that. Both the seniors and other people, that's what they wanted, views. They wanted to be connected to nature. Next slide.
And in the inside of the center, we have this natural material of wood. We have a fluted ceiling system, which provides acoustics and this warmth and feeling. As the higher space in the dining room and lobby, we have timber beams that create the sort of wow factor in the project. Next slide.
I just want to clarify, this is not the proposal. This is
No,
an
these are
example of a
materials.
different facility.
Real examples? These are not the rooms.
Examples.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, this isn't our space. This is the materials that we're going to put in it. We'll show you the space in a minute.
If we line or clad the walls in the central spaces with wood, we're going to continue that feeling of warmth. Also, it's less maintenance than painted walls. So next slide. The materials that we looked at materials that had sustainability qualities to them, also low impact, linoleum flooring, carpet, and all the other ideas about the interior space. We're looking at it with an idea of sustainability. Yeah, back, yeah, there.
So finally, we have you to the plan of the building. I hope you recognize it now because I've described it so many times. But when you enter the building, which is at the top of the screen, you'll be entering a timber-structured space. It's about 25 feet high to the ridge. There have been questions about that. And that is the heart of this building. That's the dining room. That is the coffee lounge. It is the lounge in general. We see it being so flexible that activities could happen in the lobby as well as in the classrooms. But when you come in, if you go to the left, you can see a really short corridor. One way to think about that is the activity wing or the classroom wing. We'll show you the actual classrooms in a second. If you go the other way, first of all, you're greeted. That's where the senior leader sits, right there when you turn right. But also, that's the gateway to services. That's where the offices are for transportation and nutrition, the center director. The part at the bottom of the screen, the commercial kitchen is in yellow, so it's close to serve the dining room. And then we have, in pink, we have the storage room. And we have our redesigned super storage room, and we have mechanical equipment. The mechanical looks a little oversized for this plan. The reason is because the geothermal, the one downside of geothermal is it takes a lot of floor space because you use a lot of pumps. And so that's the floor plan. We're going to go through each wing individually, though.
So next slide. When you arrive in the building, there'll be a vestibule for weather protection, and we want to have lots of seating in the lobby, and varied seating like you would in a hotel lobby. So you can sit at a table and do work, or have a cup of coffee, which will be provided. Or you can sit in a lounge chair, you can sit in groups, and we just felt that the lobby somebody made a comment that we don't have a lounge. We think this is a much more exciting lounge lobby opportunity. And for our right, looking at this plan, we have a coffee bar right there for use by anyone here. One of the important things is this 12-step program, and we haven't gone into the detail, but currently when they use the center, they have access to pretty much everything. And in this design, they have access to the lobby and to their corridor for the rooms that they'll use. The staff area, the dining room, the kitchens are all secure and separate. And that was a big concern in the design. Next slide. So this is the feeling when you walk through the lobby. You get the entire feeling of this raised portion of the center space. This is the wow factor in the design, is this initial feeling of connectedness. You can see out the front, but you can also see through the dining room and out to the nature beyond.
Yeah, and I think there's a question. One of the questions that Kathy pushed onto us was, does doing a high space like this use more energy? Right. Actually, it does not. What happens, the design we're using will stratify the space so that we are counting on, we're designing it so we're only heating and cooling the bottom 6 feet. And so I thought that was a great question, though, but I did want to mention it then.
Yes, we have a group of consultants working on this project, and we're taking their design ideas and their engineering calculations into account in the design. We've even energy modeled it. We've we've done daylighting models, and all of the things that are required to make sure that it's both comfortable and efficient. This view is looking towards the activity wing, and once again, it'll be populated with furniture, and we expect to have digital programming information and everything in this lobby space. So you don't go far to find out what you need.
So do you have an approximation of the square footage of the lobby cafe?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in here.
Oh, you're going to get to that? Okay.
The lobby is 1,495 square feet.
Thank you.
And the cafe is 161. But that's sort of a fuzzy line. A cafe could be the whole thing if you want.
Right, and that includes the vestibule. Because we pushed the vestibule in, I believe, remember?
But it probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vestibule is 8 feet by, I can give you an estimate. Okay, so we go to the next slide. Okay, this drawing is not the space we're doing that's in the building, but this was an earlier drawing, right after we decided what program we needed. We looked at every space and we diagrammed them out to make sure, first of all, to predict what dimensions would work for the space, but also to test them and make sure that we could accommodate the activities that we had said we were going to do in them. So this is the activity wing program, and what you're looking at now is a wellness room. We've talked about this room being the yoga room. And so the test for it was how many people could you put in there as a lecture venue, and how many people could you do as a yoga? And a lot of times we've got the question like, how did you decide that the room should be 1,200 square feet? This is how we did it. After we had a description of the function that was required, we tested it. And so when you see the plan, I'll be able to tell you what we actually landed up with. Almost every space is really close. However, we go to the next one. Some of them did change. When we started, we thought we needed 4 classrooms, and we started out with the classrooms being about 600 square feet. 20 by 30 is a pretty typical classroom size. And so then what we did is we tested them against what Diane and the program results said they wanted to do in those spaces. So you can see that we tested it as a lecture room, and then we tested it as a bridge room. That's a game room there. And we have 5 tables. When I was in college, I was a big bridge player. I lived in a dorm where we had at least that many going every night. So that's an aside. Okay. We looked at it as a media classroom, basically classrooms for the arts. Those are the bottom 2. And they really worked well at 600 square feet. I'll give you sort of an advance warning, though. That's not what we landed up with in the building, and you'll see why when we get to that plan.
So the next slide shows our activity wing, and to me, this is the reason I would come to this center. I live in the community. I would use the center for these activities. We have card games. Now, we played poker in my college, not bridge, but it's a game room, but it's also for the 12-step program. It can be, the furniture can be rearranged for all kinds of activities, but for now, we're calling it the game room, and that's on the north side. Next to the game room is activity storage, for some extra chairs that can be used if there's different setups in the wellness room or the other rooms that we're talking about. And we have on the south side, we have a media room, and next to that we have an art room. And we really felt that the art room needed to be a dedicated place with so that you can store either works in progress or materials and have a sink. We also have a sink in the game room, And then the wellness room itself is opposite 3 all-gender ADA accessible bathrooms. So it's a sort of the buzz center of the center, from my opinion.
And one of the reasons we've got a sink in the game room is because the 12-step programs, when they come in, they
Right.
usually put on a big pot of coffee. So we wanted to make sure that we were
Yeah, the other thing
accommodating the needs for the folks that were using the building evenings and weekends.
And we even have cabinetry for them to store their things in.
But you can see one thing that happened here is we decided during the development of the plan that instead of having 4 classrooms, it would be advantageous to have one larger room, which is now the game room.
Right. Because we do
but
know how
outside of that-
popular bingo is, but also bridge. There's groups that meet for bridge and use the room for a couple of hours a day. So that would accommodate
So
larger
Kate, if you want to measure the skid, the little green numbers in the bottom right hand, that's what actually is in the design, and you can compare it to the program. And then on the plans, we've drawn the same equipment again to test it and make sure it works.
And of course, discussed it with Diane and the board all the way along the design. The next slide.
I also see there that there's an access to the outdoor
We
areas.
should talk about that. The wellness room by code needs 2 means of egress. So we have a door out to the outside, but it's not intended to access anything on the northeast corner. But we have a door down the corridor from the where the bathrooms are that leads right out to the activity lawn and to the walking trails, because there was a concern that people have access to restrooms if they're out hiking. These are 2 images just sort of showing that corridor. There's also benches in the corridor. There's a place to hang art. There's other active activity within the corridor itself. And then this is an image of what it might be like to be in the wellness room. And once again, we have chairs stored right next door to it if we want to do chair yoga versus on the ground yoga. And every space has access to the views.
Yeah, the view shed here is to a adjacent horse farm. That's really quite nice. That you have the upper level. It's quite beautiful. We did the same on the staff wing. So this is a huge change from where they are now and how they're office now. And we did, one of the callers talked about typical office sizes, and we do. There are hierarchies and rules about what we have given to different people. And I'm going to start at the very bottom of the slide. We have a limited number. We have about 3 private offices, and they are 180 square feet. And a typical private office in a spec office building would be about 150. We've added the 30 square feet because each one of these people confer with multiple either colleagues or clients during the day. And we got the best flexibility when we added that 30 square feet to each space. And you can see them laid out at the bottom of the slide. You can see that they have their workstation, their work area, and then they also have a conference area so that the space can do double duty. On the next row up, we have some shared offices that are 250 square feet. And the caller was correct about those. Those are offices that have open workstations with multiple workers. We also made our break room that same size. And then we have some, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. One is a multiple because we only have 2 workstations in it. Then we have a third size of space. We have the staff break room. We have an office, open office for 6 people, and we have a conference room that will accommodate bigger meetings than the private offices, so we're counting on 12. And this is the program we were working for. By the way, you can see on the top row, the second one over, the maintenance mechanic shop, that didn't land up in the office wing. That moved to the storage area. So we got really good efficiency by doing that because we get the shop, maintenance, and storage all in the same place. It made a lot of sense.
So that's where we started, and the next slide will show where we ended. And we realized through lots of discussions that we only needed 4 office spaces, but we also needed a printing area and and some communal space. So that's right in the center. The break room was important. Right now, the staff uses the break room, uses the dining hall as a break room. So we felt this was important. They'll come from the parking lot into the break room. There are lockers there for the kitchen staff, and everyone will start their day off and go to their respective areas. Also in this slide, we have ganged bathrooms. On the other wing, we have individuals. This one, we have men's and women's bathrooms. We've made them slightly bigger than code so that they're, of course, they have the required ADA stall, but we wanted to make all the stalls slightly bigger and slightly longer, and that was important to us. We have a private bathroom for staff on the north side, down near the director's office, and that has a shower facility in it, not for the staff, but in case there's an accident or something among the users, so that they can be in a private area and take care of their business. We have a couple of mechanical areas. Once again, we're bringing electric up 600 or 700 feet or more, and so we have a transfer to the electric at the closest logical position without bringing it all the way down to the other side of the site. So we looked at the locations of these requirements and the cost of running them and where to put them. So I think that sort of sums it up. And if we go to the rendering, this is the view that goes from the lobby where the senior citizen leader is there to help anyone, and beyond that senior citizen leader is the office wing, which can be locked off after hours and safeguard. There's a lot of personal files and information that shouldn't be accessible to the public. And then the next slide, this is where you could have a really lovely meeting. Sometimes people who use the center come with a large group of family members, so maybe the office is inadequate. They can use this conference room, and once again, there's a connection back to the site and back to nature.
This is where the dining room started. Our checkpoint was we wanted to accommodate 120 people seated. And so we'll take you where we landed up.
So, in the space, the way the dining room is used now is people sit at the tables and they're served by the kitchen. So we wanted to create a space that accommodated the numbers of people sit-down dining, but also the possibility that maybe dining is different in the future. Maybe there's a buffet line, maybe the way things take place in the dining room might change. But currently, you come into the dining room, you check in on the right side that you're looking at, and you have a mobile beverage station on the left side. You have immediate access to the restrooms from the dining room as well as from the lobby. And the kitchen is on the south side along with the storage facility. And we have two accesses to outdoor dining. You can eat on the shady side or you can eat on the sunny side, both of which have overhangs and would be augmented by umbrellas if needed, because the sun, of course, is straight overhead. If you go to the next slide, we also looked at how this dining space, which is around 3,000 square feet, could be laid out for alternate activities. Say there's a larger town hall meeting, we can set the room up with chairs and a dais, however you say, for that meeting. We also looked at a lecture series or a seminar or a film night there and how that space could be set up. And then the bottom illustration is what if we have a dance party? And I think you, Diane, wherever Diane is, you just had one for last year. And we have an area for a portable stage, and that would be also stored in the storage room immediately adjacent to this room. So we felt that this center space of the center, the heart of the center, is flexible, we don't even know what activities might come down the road, but we feel that we've allocated enough square footage, enough access to the outside, and enough ability to easily and quickly store any furniture rearrangements that need to happen. Oh, and I'll just talk quickly on the kitchen.
Well, if we could, and, let's just, I want to make sure so folks hear it. This is, the dining room, the kitchen is just for town programs and human services programs.
Oh, yes.
We're not looking to turn this in, I know some folks have made comment that, oh, you're going to use it as a catering hall and do weddings. That is not the intention of this. This is to serve a public community benefit purpose.
Yeah, and actually what we're trying to show here, though, is that the spectrum of public community events that we can serve, we're trying to make them as endless as possible.
So if we go on to the kitchen is a very expensive proposition in the overall budget, but it's necessary and it's a vital part of the center. And we wanted to make sure that the staff, which could be as few as 5, I think, Diane, and more in the kitchen working, have the spaces that they need. And really a separation from the assembly of flash frozen meals to the daily preparation. So we started with the program. It's where we started. And if we go to the next slide, this is where we finished, and we're still tweaking as everyone weighs in on what equipment and what future possibilities can happen there. And right now, we want to make sure that all the services for the kitchen are within the kitchen. So there's no people tracking through the kitchen. You're not going to some other space for your dry goods or your
Right, like currently they're going into the basement or they're going into
There's a lot of
outside for the walk-in.
Yeah. So, and then on the right side of this plan is the layout of the mechanical space. And this is not in the storage program, but we have done multiple studies on what would be in the storage space. This lending of wheelchairs and various walkers for the community would be stored there in a logical place, not just in a mass confusion. And holiday storage, paper supplies, and the workbench for Isaac and staff to, if they need to repair something or handle. And then just quickly, this is an image, if we go to the next slide, of the dining room with these 3 amazing skylights, these mass timber beams coming to a point, this sense of an elevated space. These are all important because, frankly, good design elevates people's spirits, and so this was important to us.
You go to the next slide, Jeremy. This is just the view the other way. I do want to stress, though, this is in the center of the building. So this was a space I was describing that's not very usable because it's not daylit. That's why the skylights are there. And actually, we had our environmental consultant consult with us about the size to make sure we were getting benefit, that we're not adding too much heat by adding, to get that heat daylight balance. The other thing that I like about this drawing is even in this space, you're looking through the lobby, but you're still looking at the outside. And that's really important. And the materials are selected to make it feel homey, to make it feel clubby. These are warm, natural materials. We talked about biophilia. We think that we are close to making a space that will really make people calm, that'll make them feel rested, that they'll enjoy being in. Mm-hmm. So now you feel like you've been there for like a week and a half, right? You still have to bear with me for the outside of the building.
We're with you.
Okay. So in a lot of ways, and architecture in general, in a lot of ways, evolves from the function and the site. I mean, we picked this plan because it fit on the site the best, because it accommodated the program the best. But so far, we've really looked at it only from the inside, but it is an object also. So we want to talk to you about the development of the exterior. And quite honestly, what I've been working on this, I've been thinking about a building that really fits into the site. It's almost camouflaged into it, but also a building that fits into its culture, into its community. So I'm going to tell you how my brain got to the materials here, and I have to say I've had people saying stainless steel shingles. I've had that a lot, and there are. I'll be absolutely honest with you. There are a myriad of materials, and what we've done is we've tried to look at a large range and then eliminate them one by one according to how well they work on the site and how easy they are to service, what their lifespan is. So, in fact, today when I was driving in, you guys put shingles on everything. It's like, there's another shingle built, but it's beautiful. Here's this really natural material, small, hand size. It creates human scale. You understand how it was built. You understand how it creates water tightness just by looking at it. It's very beautiful. We looked at it, I do love the potato barns. Aren't many left, but I do love them. So we looked at that. And the first place we met, you can go to the next slide, was here. And you actually took those buildings, you saved them, and you moved them here covered with shingles. You even brought it inside. I put this next slide in. Ron had said, don't put that slide in because we'll be in the room. But I think it's a beautiful room. It has the views out. It has the natural material. So we're talking about biophilia. The only thing is it's really cold in here and really hot, and we're going to make our space better. Yeah, it's right there. It must be in the basement. Okay. So,
is it on?
The other thing in the back of my mind when I was thinking about this and working on this while the studio was working on this, so we started looking at the architectural traditions of the East End of Long Island. And this is a very famous architect, one of them. In fact, he was the architect of the Jewish Center, Norman Jaffe. I probably shouldn't brag, but he was from Chicago, and he was Polish, and he was a graduate of the U of I. So I've got those three, right. He was Jewish when he did the Jewish Center, but I'm a senior, so that works really well too, doing a senior center. But anyway, the hallmark of his work is he took this indigenous material and he wrapped it around forms in a very sculptural way. And I find that very inspiring because it's very earthy, but it really is reflective of the building function and its form. And so this was our inspiration. This is one of the places we started when we were trying to develop an exterior expression. However, you can go to the next slide. However, this building has a few requirements that when you built this particular one you didn't have, and some that have been mentioned to us. One is that our building needs to be made of non-combustible materials to get you a favorable bonding period. I'm not going to talk about it a lot, but wood shingles do not qualify for that bonding period, just because they are combustible. If you want to talk to us about it later, or you have a question, we can go into it more. But the other thing is, as lovely as they are, wood shingles need a lot of maintenance. In fact, one of the things I was talking to we did a wooden synagogue a while ago. We just did a facade repair program because of wood. Wood lasts forever, but it has to be incrementally replaced, like individual boards or individual shingles. So when I met the maintenance man walking around the Jewish Center this morning, he's pointing every single shingle out to me that he has to replace. He's complaining because apparently the board of the Jewish Center doesn't let him replace one shingle. He has to replace a whole section so it looks integrated. And I don't know how he ages them, but he has to age them too. But anyway, so we were looking for a material that would have that same quality, the hand size, that you understood it was a shingle, it was built like a shingle. And we had started looking at metal shingles. And we found that there are a number of products on the market. In addition, we also found that we can find roofers who will make shingles out of metal. We call this a new take. It isn't a new take as much as it is, it hasn't been as economical or as frequently used as wood shingles, but actually it's an old technology and an old take in some ways. So I'm showing you a building that's been sort of like, we always like to see a material we're proposing in action. It's really sad when you specify a material and it doesn't work. That's like the death of an architect. But in any case, this is a building made out of one of the shingle materials we're considering. It's right near my office. It's in Chicago. It's for a housing development. It's a community center again. It has a gym and classrooms, and that uses this material. And I'm going to show it to you because, like I said, there are several manufacturers of this material. In fact, go to the next slide, Jeremy, please. The only one that's done by this manufacturer is the big one. These are all in New York State. Anyway, so the one I just showed you, Millennium Forms, did the one on the right. But one of the other manufacturers are represented in these other two slides also in New York. Actually, if you travel through Europe, the technique is used a lot more. If you look at steeples and cathedral roofs in Europe, often it's done in zinc or lead. We're proposing stainless steel, though. And the reason we're proposing stainless steel is because one of the reasons that poor guy at the Jewish Center is replacing shingles all the time is because this is a maritime climate. And so it's very wet and there's a lot of salt. And the material, we could do it in some of these other materials, but quite honestly, the one that'll give you the longest life is stainless. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the material, the characteristics of this material, because we've had a lot of questions like, oh my God, you're going to make it out of stainless. How could that be? So we looked at it really hard, like pros versus cons. The installation, we've looked at how this would be installed. There's two ways. It can be installed by a manufacturer, but it can be purchased and installed by a roofer. So there's a lot of variety, which hopefully will give us competitive pricing, which is really important. It is more moisture resistant than the other shingle materials we looked at. It's corrosion resistant. One of the things, if you go outside, you'll see that one of the problems with shingles is the lichen growth on the shingle. That won't happen on stainless steel. That will not be a problem. It's really easy to clean. The only problem we could think of is maybe you'd get fingerprints like your refrigerator in your house, but you know, that's not all that bad. Plus, we don't have a lot of it where you could touch it. I'm not sure that the seniors would be going around and putting their fingers all over it anyway. And I'm showing you one color, but this material is available in a lot of colors. It has, we had questions about carbon footprint. You can tell by our material selections that we're really, really conscious of making this this building have a low, in addition to having low operating carbon, we wanted to have a low initial embodied carbon. And some of the things that I didn't mention, for example, where we don't have a mass timber has a really low carbon footprint, but where we don't have a mass timber structure, where we are not exposing it, like in the classrooms, that is also a wood structure. And so we're really working on getting the embodied carbon down to the extent, the largest extent. This is not as low embodied carbon as a wood shingle, but it has a medium footprint and it also is recyclable and has a large content of recycled material. The maintenance is virtually done. You can wash it if you think it's too dirty. The lifespan, again, with shingles, one of the advantages of using shingles is you can replace them incrementally in small pieces. But the manufacturer's warranty is, I'm trying to remember, I'm going to say it wrong. I'll get it back to you later. It has a very substantial manufacturer's warranty for the material. And in practicality, we're finding installations where there's no maintenance until 75, 80 years. So we're really very positive on the maintenance and lifespan. So I do have...
Cedar shingles?
Sorry?
The lifespan of cedar shingles?
That's interesting question. We are finding that you have to have some maintenance after probably 10 to 15 years. That doesn't mean every shingle. The synagogue I was just telling you about that has not the one here, the one that I did, that has a wood exterior where we replaced about 10% at 15 years. So you could take that as sort of a guide.
Just in the notes, it does say that there's a lifetime warranty available on the stainless steel shingles, I believe.
You know, I did want to say it because couldn't remember. I couldn't find my notes, but I think you're right. But I can get you I can get you the warranty, actually.
That's just on the material, not the
Right.
assembly.
Correct.
You want to show it?
Oh, yeah, so this
I'm so
particular...
sorry. So if I just stick to that, because you mentioned this in one of your previous reports to the town board, that the upfront cost might be higher, but the overall maintenance cost and long-term cost of what you're proposing is less.
Yeah, we have, we're predicting that when you estimate a material, there's usually two components. One is the cost of the material. The other one is the cost of the labor to put it in place. The material costs $3 a square foot more. So over 22,000 square feet, you could figure what that's out. That one's pretty stable. The bigger variable is labor, because that varies by how much work the guys have out there and by
Prevailing
market.
wage labor also, which I
Right.
think everyone has to recognize that.
But
this is a
we're
prevailing wage
predicting
project.
that this will go in at the same cost as a wood shingle. It's the same workforce that installs it.
I can understand that part. Thank you, Carol.
I think so. But I want to show the video first. Jason.
Yes, I let you know that the video didn't come through.
How do you like that? Just speak to the air.
Yeah, I sent you an email about an hour ago or so, letting you know that the video never came through.
Okay, I have a video. I don't know how I'll get it to you. It's about 30 seconds long. I think, when you look at something like this, and it's a still picture, it's really hard to figure out what it looks like.
So I've sent the video to board members.
Okay,
So
and
the
it's
board
also the owner talking about the building. Since that, the building is actually owned by the Chicago Park District, but it's managed by the lady in the video. I've also called the Park District, and I'm getting information about their installation.
Great.
Okay, yeah, I have some samples, but I can let Ronette here. Do you want to do like Carol Merrill or Dan?
I want to buy some heat.
I turned it up to 70.
I'm going to
Here, but where do I have to stand, Jason?
You should see give me a second. I'm going to stop the share for a brief moment, Jeremy.
Try to let the community see as well.
All right, give me a second.
I'm up against
Okay.
Because looking at here, you're seeing reflections of your colors in yourself.
Which way should they
Do you
turn?
see the cameras, the two cameras behind you?
Other way behind you. Yep.
All right, so there you go. One point at the podium?
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's it. So then we can see them now on the...
So one of them is matte, is that what it is? And one is shiny?
I have one more slide, I'll show you.
Okay.
Good. Next slide.
Yep.
We have to restart the share.
Oh, that's it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. Thank you very much.
We'll just leave it.
Thank you.
By the way, that's not the size. We made these miniature so you could appreciate the pattern.
So what is the...
We're using a size that's about, I think right now, it's 16 by 16.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, 16 by 16?
16 inches by 16 inches.
Thank you.
Could you do the next slide, Jeremy?
So that would almost be like if you're laying tile, the larger the tile, the less the grout seams, the less labor to install.
Yeah, we've looked at a couple of sizes, and this one seemed, it's a drawing that the rendering has 16 by 16 on it.
Thank you.
The color, by the way, is created by dipping the tile in acid. And by how long you keep it in, you could have a variety of colors. So this was actually on the job site of that field, Williams Fieldhouse. You can see that we'll have a selection of the colors. They picked these really rosy colors, but what I propose to do is when we get to this point to actually mock it up on site so we can vary the colors of tile and see what fits here in this community. I have a feeling it might be at the golden end, and not so rosy, because like on a date today, I think it'd be really beautiful to reflect the browns and the grays back in the building.
Will the colors weather at all?
I'm sorry?
Will the colors weather at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The color of the tile won't change. And then the other, in the corner of that slide, it shows how it's detailed. We also like the detail because the metal allows us to bend the tile to make corners and valleys. So I'll be totally honest with you. There are other materials. We looked at other materials on the way to this. We looked at standing seam, which we thought was not as great a scale and a little too industrial for the site. Before the decision was made to bond the building, we looked at all kinds of tiles, including a shosugi bond, which I love as a material because it's also very insect and rot resistant. But right now, and we will look at more materials if you want, because I know this has been controversial. But right now, we are recommending the metal shingle, and we wrote some rationale here. It has the longest life cycle. It has a very good sustainable footprint, and the maintenance should be minimal. And I know I work for the Chicago Transit Authority. They wash a window once every 20 years, and I know how hard it is for public buildings to get that level of maintenance.
I mean, I actually was going to ask that question at the end, but I mean, you've brought it up. Can you talk a little bit at some point to what measures you've taken to minimize maintenance of the building as a whole? Because that's obviously going to be a challenge.
I think that from the inside, trying to put wall treatment that doesn't have to be upgraded or repainted or reinstalled. Looked at the timber, it's natural, it doesn't have to have anything on it.
Yeah, all the materials that we're looking at are easy to maintain. We didn't go into detail, for example, about the flooring, but we only have, I guess we have 3. We have we have a ceramic tile in the bathrooms, because that, again, is the easiest to maintain. But the rest of the building either has a linoleum floor or a carpet, and those are selected by the function of the room. For example, most of the offices will be carpeted, but most of the activity rooms will have a linoleum floor. And so we're trying to minimize the types of maintenance that you have to do. Like, we don't want you to have to wash and wax and and we're trying to pick materials that have a real long life. The other thing that's nice about the linoleum, and it has a high sustainability profile.
But even in some of our choices, such as concrete for the paving instead of asphalt, it has a longer period before it needs maintenance. The problem is it's offset by a higher cost to initially install. But we're looking at both.
And things like the skylights we're seeing, will there be easy access for maintenance people to get up there and clean those should they need it, or is that going to be a challenge?
Yeah, the skylights are largely self-cleaning. You will have to wash the windows at the ground level, though.
And
I haven't figured that one
out. I remember linoleum from being a kid, and it was really slippery if it got wet. In fact, we wetted a little so we could do a little skating. But as far as, I'm sure I'm only talking about million-year-old linoleum.
This will all have the appropriate slip resistance for this type of facility. Linoleum has a little bit of a grit to it. It's also made with linseed oil, so it's more sustainable than some of the VCTs, the vinyl.
The old school.
Tiles.
Yeah, we looked at a lot of floor materials too. We started out with concrete. We thought we'd polish the concrete. Super maintenance, long life, but it has very little resilience, so we thought that might be hard on the seniors. So then we started looking for resilient material, and we looked at vinyl, we looked at rubber, we landed on linoleum, partly for sustainability and partly because of the economics and the sustainability.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're near the end. Schedule. I'm feeling like we're on a very measured process of information gathering, a reiterative process for the design. And I don't think this project is rushed at all. We actually missed the BAT cycle a year ago. It's all taking into consideration. So our aspirations are, we are in 30% construction documents now, and we want to proceed to finish the construction documents. Those are the technical drawings to get us a good bid. And then we plan to go out to bid later in the spring, and our construction schedule estimate is 18 months. So that's kind of where we're at. And we want to really thank you very much for listening to this sort of detailed presentation, but I think it's really important. A lot of the questions and things that have come up are things that we thought about a long time ago, and actually, frankly, the board and Diane at the center thought about.
So I just have one quick question on with floor-to-ceiling windows. Is there a code about those being covered or having covers available, like plywood, for when there's a hurricane? Do you know any code requirements on that?
There is code requirements on the windows themselves and the strappings of the building to the foundation, but all of that is being taken into consideration by our engineers.
Thank you.
So Derek, just to kind of follow up
We've
on
done
that.
them in Florida, but I don't think you do them here.
Just following up on that, what other measures kind of the engineers looked at with regards to storm impacts and in the design? Are we this?
It's interesting. It'll give me another chance for me to root for the metal roof. It's the only one that meets the hurricane wind requirements.
So the roof would be metal shingles as well as the non-window sides?
Yes. The concept is the metals come up the building, across the underhang, and onto the roof. So it's a continuous, seamless material, very much like the projects that we see that Norma Jaffe did, where the tile, the shingles are on the roof and on them.
Covering a sculpted form.
That wrap.
So the metal roofing would be the only style that would be hurricane.
Yeah, actually,
appropriate.
shingles don't meet that requirement.
Thank you.
The wood shingles don't.
That's why you're seeing a lot more standing seam roofs out here.
Correct.
Standing seam does.
And I agree, standing seam roof of this volume would look very industrial.
And that covers insurance requirements as well.
Just from one of my other committees, just quickly, modifications made for those with disabilities. It was brought up in one of my committee meetings. Could you talk a little bit about, what's been done to ensure, the environment is accessible and friendly to all, use of Braille, et cetera?
That's top and foremost in our consideration. And it's not just wheelchair disability, but it's visual, hearing, all forms of disability. Every bathroom that you encounter will be accessible. We have more accessible parking spots. We've eliminated any kinds of ramp needs. We've tried to grade the building so that it's a seamless entry and exit. It's high on our list of considerations.
And we were talking about the wayfaring. Is that the right?
Signage, and that's directional. But
that would be in Braille.
Included in Braille.
There's
Braille,
code
good.
requirements that certain rooms must have Braille. We will have that. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you. Beautiful.
I guess I have a quick question. That was a very thorough presentation for sure, and obviously a lot of work's gone into it. You mentioned that the solar does stand out to me as a little bit odd, and that we have this large roof space, but you said we weren't able to design it in such a way that could accommodate the solar panels?
No, we could. However, in addition, we would have to have solar that wasn't on the roof. There's not enough roof area to provide the solar we need.
Why not do it all just for sustainability's sake?
Oh, wait, no.
Maybe we're no longer net zero, it's better than that. But I know the town has actively looked for, and again, pardon my ignorance, I'm sure this has all been thought about. but-
So one of the things, if you put solar panels on the roof, there's a structural attachment that has to go on to hold it on the roof. It makes maintenance, if one should need it on the roof, more difficult because now you have to remove it. We thought it was important to have it covering the cars, and we do have 3 or 4 months that it's pretty warm here, and to have shaded cars and shaded opportunities for the users. So it was one of the first things we looked at, was putting solar on the roof.
But you'd also mentioned that it needed to be at a 30-degree angle in order to maximize the solar, and does that not work on the roof?
Well, the
At
roof
30
is at less
degrees?
than 30, so we would have to elevate
Build
the...
this structure to hold it up.
Also, the orientation of all the wings aren't proper either, so each panel would have to be either optimized or we'd have to accept a lower output.
And then, thank you very much. And then lastly, and this may be a more appropriate conversation actually for Diane, but one thing that the largest space is the dining area, and you did show some examples of how that could be used on a sort of a special event basis. But I'm wondering out loud, and this is for the board members too, about how that space, and for Diane especially, how that space will be used on a day-to-day basis when it's not being used for dining. Are we... it probably doesn't affect the design of the building necessarily, but I want to think about how to be using the space continually and in mixed ways. The other space that stood out in a similar way was the conference room and the office wing. So a lot of the offices have tables of 4 or so, but then there's a fairly large conference room, and I wonder if that space will be utilized. Again, pardon my ignorance, everybody who's probably thought about these things, but I just want to keep that as part of the conversation. Obviously, this is a place for seniors. I do think there's opportunities for other community uses, and just want to keep that in mind.
So I'm not clear though, Ian, what your question is about the dining room.
Well, I don't, and again, maybe it's for Diane. If the dining room, if lunch is served and that's the primary time it's used, this is the largest space there. So I wonder what would be happening there in a typical morning or a typical afternoon if there's some overlap of use. You know, does everyone go to the dining room and then they go to these other rooms? And if we are...
So how we've been discussing the space is that the seniors will gather in the lobby, and then when the dining room is ready for operation, they're let in. They have to sign in, and there's a certain paperwork that goes on, and that will happen in the dining room. And we're hoping that this center has the same issues that the center Carol worked on in Chicago, that every single square footage is used, you know, as the community engages with the centers.
And then obviously there's cleanup. So, I mean, I get it's not just a, you know, 30-minute or hour lunch, but I just want everybody to keep in mind. And again, I'll pursue this with other town people about how that space gets used on either end of the lunch meal.
Yeah, and it could be, and I think part of it is going to evolve, right? So we've got a card room that sits 32 people, but we know that in the summer, there's over 50 people that show up for bridge. So maybe when lunch is over, then that room could be a bigger, you know, that could serve as the bridge, you know, room. And what we're seeing, and, you know, we've just recently hired a senior citizen club leader, is we're looking for seniors to, you know, work with human services to develop their own programs. Or you have a bridge club and you can use the center. You may want to sign it out on every Wednesday afternoon from 2 to 5. Right. You know, you have a book club, and it would be more centrally located if everybody showed up in the lobby, grabbed a cup of coffee, and then you used, you know, the card room on Thursdays from 12 to 4, and that was your book club. So we're looking for, you know, community participation and to develop the types of programs. Pre-COVID, we had an opera club where, you know, they would play operas. But, you know, you've been in the current center, you've got the TV going, the whole center hears you, you know what I mean? So where you could have the room and have, you know, you have the opera every Friday at noon, whereas somebody else we get movies from the library and we can have, you know, a movie afternoon, and, you know, the kitchen will make popcorn. So, I mean, I think these are things that are going to evolve, and I'm excited that more community members are tuning in, because, you know, we've been working on this process for some time now, but it's great to hear. And hopefully the interest means, you know, once we build it, you'll attend and be part of our, you know, our community there.
And as far as the conference room, we used to have a conference room for the board members that got reutilized as legislative space. and we're either in a room that's too big, like this room, and we have to heat it and turn everything on for a table full of people for my committees, or we have to borrow look around, run over to natural resources. I see use for a larger staff meeting rather than just what the 4 people I could put in my office. Like on a pretty regular basis, we're trying to find a place where we can bring people into it to have a meeting.
And we had a conference room at the center in the trailer, but then it evolved because we needed more space, and it became the transportation office, and it's really not used. There's not privacy there now because there's staff that, sit in that office.
I would love that.
And then truly, lastly, I think I said that last time too. The shingles, again, I appreciate the thought that's gone into it and how you landed there. I do share some of the concerns. I mean, literally being very flashy. And it's a beautiful look in some ways. I think I would be in favor of sort of the least shiny and most subdued version of that.
Absolutely.
Again, as the new person not knowing all the details, I just want to sort of put that.
There's no
I share those
decision
concerns with
made
you.
yet on what the exterior.
Yeah, I just want to share. I mean, the flashiness of it, again, I think in some contexts can be very beautiful. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that.
But I also would like to, further to that, what concerns me is sun reflection
Right.
off of it. I know just years ago, remember, someone wanted to put in stainless steel reflective chimneys off of the coast. And one of the big concerns when we were on the zoning board, I don't know if you were on then, David, was brought up by boaters, was this reflection of sunlight that can be blinding. So I still maintain concerns about but I really appreciate that we have to be considering the maintenance and and being able to have code for the bonding. That's a consideration I never put in my head before.
Yeah, actually, this might be anti-intuitive, but I think that, I think we should actually select how reflective they are on site. I think the opposite's going to happen, that on that site where it's surrounded by vegetation on all sides, it's going to act like camouflage.
It's also not a continuous reflected surface. Each tile is going to have its own kind of, I wouldn't call it a warp, but
yeah, it'll be tessellated. But I really do think
the hardest thing to imagine in your head.
I think it'll be, I think it's, like I said, I think it'll be camouflage. It'll almost disappear.
But I think until you see it.
It's hard to.
I did watch the video, so I saw that live.
Yeah, it looks a lot different, doesn't it, when you're walking alongside it?
It does, but it's got some move, it shines.
So I did one last question just on parking lot lighting. What is the kind of the lighting structure? Obviously, we have the dark skies out here. It's going to be downward lighting. What's the place? I didn't see it on the plan.
What you're seeing is a sort of a presentation version.
Right.
We have a set of drawings that are 160 pages of details. So
Got it.
Of course it'll meet the dark sky
Great.
requirements.
My final comments are any new structure within the town of East Hampton that particularly the town does, I look at it as long-term maintenance on there. And that those are deciding factors. Sometimes there's greater upfront costs to that, but in the end, as it's amortized over decades on there, the long-term maintenance onto the next generation, the next tax base, and the next board is very important on there then too. So a lot of these discussions have been done in the past. We're having them done again when you're looking at materials, maintenance, equipment and such then too. So that's extremely important for making the right decision now. That's going to last something potentially 30 years. What are you putting on to the next administration or the next set of taxpayers that might be in the town of East Hampton? Last year, we've also had other controversy and other public debate about Little League ball fields. And a gentleman came in at that time and stated one of the things that I remember so strong was the fact that the YMCA, first the rec center was built originally on Lions Field, which is my home, a Village PBA's Little League team. Big controversy then when they took away those Little League fields but built the YMCA. As he mentioned, once he built it, they did come and they won a state championship 2 years ago. we decided to build allow for the building of a 22,000 square foot freestanding emergency center, pretty much within the shot over here. You won't notice it unless you go back there right now. It's built back also onto entities, same as the right-of-way of the MTA right now. But it's also needed for out here in the town of East Hampton then too. We have a first responder right here that goes up to Southampton 3 times a day. Imagine what that strain does sometimes to the other volunteers then too. Part about that then is we had to build new Little League ball fields. Those Little League ball fields are some of the most successful recreational needs that the town of East Hampton has seen in my lifetime out here, which is my entire lifetime. So there's certain things that there has to be debate on. We have to go through the process of it in a very public way, which I believe the supervisor has done so. But there's going to be challenges in the final decision making, but this is for a good public, the public good right now then too. So I feel very secure that we're at a good point right now to be able to make a very wise intellectual decision as legislators that, yes, maybe not everyone will agree, but I think the majority will understand that we have put our time and effort and due diligence into making the best decision possible as your legislators. For that, I thank you, and I thank you, Carol, also for bringing this forward, Renette also, and Kathy, you too.
Thank you, David. I think it's a wrap.
Very much.
Thank you so
For
much.
coming in today. All right, so we're going to have a few folks leave the room. Or you wanted to?
I just want to acknowledge for the board and apologize to the board that there are 2 numbers on slide 6 that I presented to you earlier that were transposed. We will correct that and make sure that it is posted correctly.
Okay.
Which slide is that?
Slide 6.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Slide 6. And the first one?
So, thank you, John.
So folks, we have another topic that's equally important coming up. If you can.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Please exit. We're talking about coastal erosion now in the town. Who wants to stay for?
What did you want to work with?
Why don't we just take a 5-minute break?
I'm going to see you.
Jason, do you hear me?
GIS.
Oh, okay. No. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll make sure we have a 5-minute break.
Okay. Everybody good with that? 5-minute break? Okay. Thank you, Jason. We'll be back in 5.
No worries. I'll put up a graphic.
Thank you.
I know.
East Hampton Town Board, we are back.
Great, thank you, Jason. And we're here for our last topic, which is CARP, recommendations for ditch plains, and presenting is Samantha Klein from Natural Resources. And we have Brian Frank from our Planning Department. I don't know, Kate, if you had a few words you wanted to say before we open, or?
Well, we had a quick discussion at our last meeting as we look at how we can address the coastal erosion issues that are being exacerbated by the climate crisis and what we've seen in the last 3 storms here. And we mentioned a number of times during that discussion CARP and the Ditch Plains Plan. So I think it's important to just start with, and we can have a discussion after this about more immediate plans, but I think it's important to have a discussion about exactly what those recommendations are that we were talking about. We were talking about 6 points, so that folks across town, and particularly the folks in Ditch Plains, could understand what all of that terminology means. And I had mentioned that when we saw these last number of storms, all of the what we call focus areas in the plan, which is part of attachment 10, it's a over 700-page document, which is another reason why we wanted to bring folks back. It was adopted into the comprehensive plan in 2022 and will be part of our guide of how we move forward for coastal resiliency, and also then continue a discussion on recovery. So with that, Sam, would you lead us off?
Yeah, absolutely. So the town of East Hampton community has faced several severe storms in just the last month that have been devastating to our natural resources and even damage to buildings and infrastructure. We have information and reports like the Coastal Assessment Resiliency Plan, CARP, that outline risks to different areas within the town. And the report is really backing up what we're all experiencing and seeing in real time now. So the risks to the Ditch Plains area, they include flood inundation of areas along the shoreline and inland low-lying areas, waves along the shoreline causing damage to beachfront structures. Shoreline erosion of our beaches and dunes is something we notice in episodic events like storms that we've recently seen, as well as occurring seasonally, that the shoreline retreats certain times a year and builds back naturally to some degree later on in the year. We also see erosion that occurs over the longer term, sometimes naturally, sometimes from hard coastal erosion structures updrift. Our community is really witnessing Mother Nature reclaim her land, and our conditions of our environment are changing, our climate is changing, and so we are in a position where we have to change with it. The goal for the town is to work towards a safe and sustainable beach in the 2024 season. An immediate action for the town to take is hiring a surveyor to assess the current beach profile to reflect ditches' existing conditions. They have changed significantly, even from November to Christmas to now. It's changed a lot. And so a surveyor can help us with getting those current conditions and then doing an assessment of what our needed sand is to rebuild that beach to a healthy profile. Beach nourishment provides short-term immediate relief. Forming an erosion control district is an available option for the ditch community. The members of the erosion control district would choose to be in the district area, and it would provide a funding source for beach nourishment. The town can help to provide information on that process and help to facilitate it if it's something desired by the ditch community. We do want to encourage our community to practice doing no harm to the environment, which would be avoiding use of any hard coastal erosion structures. We want to really get the message across that the town is actively working towards creating a safe and sustainable beach, even for this summer season. But we also need to acknowledge the longer-term efforts that need to take place to have a healthy beach in 2025 and 26 and 27 and so on. our natural resources of dunes and bluffs are trying to retreat, but our existing development doesn't give them the space to do so. Long-term solutions are more complex and take longer to implement, and with overcoming those hurdles of taking longer to implement and being harder to implement, you also have the benefits of long-term solutions that are greater and experienced for longer. The town can form a committee of environmental experts to help the town create scopes of work for resilience projects to mitigate flooding and erosion specific to ditch. For areas throughout the town can re-examine our codes and regulations to make sure that our codes are keeping pace with our changing environment and allowing people to build and rebuild in a way that's safe. We also wanted to include here that coastal resilience strategies can be looked at on a community scale as well. Ditch Plains is a really special place to a lot of full-time and seasonal residents as well as visitors. With that being said, ditch shouldn't be looked at in a total vacuum. Montauk is a very interconnected community, and someone can go to the beach and enjoy the surf at Ditch, but occupy the businesses and restaurants in downtown Montauk and make a living fishing where they keep their boat on Montauk Harbor, and they can be a part of the community in all those ways and still be a property owner and a renter in none of those areas. So we want to make sure that we're also looking at solutions that have a broader applicability to the rest of the community. So one suggestion from CARP is to form a committee to look at roadway resilience. There are different roadway ownerships within the town-owned roads, county-owned roads, state-owned roads. So we can look at assembling a committee of people, of representatives of those different agencies to kind of look at a conjoined effort and coordination of talking about these topics. The town has been very successful at putting together proposals and applying to the right grant agencies to be awarded funding. However, future sources of grant funding aren't always guaranteed because there's a competitive nature to them, and also the grant issuing agencies, their goals and priorities and budgets change year to year. So the town might be interested in dedicating a budget line even to adaptation or resiliency projects. Through an update to the county hazard mitigation plan, the town will be able to be a part of a community rating system. The town can then submit work we do on flood and hazard mitigation efforts to FEMA, and that would help us with lowering our community rating system score, which can help with lowering flood insurance rates for the whole community. So that could be another source of town and staff effort that we dedicate towards. The town has already made steps towards this by approving some staff members to be a part of floodplain training that is being offered through the county. And then education, communication, transparency, and involvement from impacted stakeholders. It's really critical to any resilience effort that we undertake. Yeah, I think that's kind of my piece, and Brian and Jeremy helped me a lot with putting this all together, but I definitely want to give the floor to all of you guys too if you have any comments. And
yeah, I think listening to the community, surveying the what's existing there now after the impacts to these storms, and looking at what the challenges are ahead. I know David has been working on the FEM project for quite some time, 6 years at least, I think, and we are always looking for an addition, for a betterment for the Ditch Plains area, and I know that there are steps we have to take to be able to achieve that betterment, but I think it's certainly something that we should be advocating for from the Army Corps of Engineers. We've already sent letters to our federal and state partners looking for additional funding for the damage that was done to downtown Montauk, which also that stabilization project, which has existed for about 7 years now, has really taught us a lot about what these stabilization projects do in the long term, what kind of maintenance is involved, and that's, I think, something that David always thinks about, as you said, even for structures in town, is also what are we looking at in terms of maintenance, and then where is that funding source coming from? The additional 450,000 cubic yards of sand, that is a nourishment that's coming in, again, led by David, and I'm going to stop talking for you in a second, is one of the things, that comes every 4 years, but we also see now that that won't be just a nourishment, that will be a repair. The governor announced support for a request that we made for additional funding for that area, but I think also when CARP talks about looking at a more regional approach, I think we do need to have more information about the processes that are happening along that southern ocean coastline from Montauk Point to Ditch. It's my understanding that our sand flows from east to west. So why is Ditch getting starved? Where is its sand going? And I think we need to look to consultants in coastal morphology, et cetera, to tell us what needs to be done, where the sand's going, how do we bring it back to the beach in a way that's sustainable more than just always sticking sand on it. That's the long-term goal. That's part that comes out of CARP, which is why I wanted to talk about this. Another situation is folks now obviously are asking about immediate recovery. I think when we hear people calling in from different groups saying we're going to do this and we're going to do that, it would be much more beneficial for us all to work together in a way that we can, in a way that the town can, because everybody trying to run in different areas for solutions does not bring solutions. The last thing we want to do is to create more vulnerabilities for folks or give folks the idea that this thing is going to help, and it doesn't. That's something that's completely unacceptable to me. So these kinds of complicated systems that have to be studied and remediated are not something that you just walk on the beach, take a look out, have a coastal person with a good background, just take a walk along the beach and say, okay, we walked the beach, or we're walking the beach, and this is how we're going to solve that. That's not how they work. And if you've ever seen studies that are hundreds and hundreds of pages long from the same experts, and I have to be guaranteed that anything we want to do in the short term will actually work. And so I know that we know now that we put sand on Otis, and I'm sure we're going to leave it there. Until this season, nor'easter season, passes by. It's my understanding that the timing when you do beach nourishment is as important as the amount of sand that you're putting on those beaches. And the later towards the season, the better, just as a basic rule. But I want to work with the community, and the town wants to work with the community, and so does this board, to find what's the best thing we can do in the short term. Leave the sand there at Otis, put more sand there at Otis, but certainly not create more vulnerabilities by not taking a hard look at anything that we're doing. And that's being said with knowing that people's properties are exposed, and that this is not a time to take forever to do things, which we never do, but it may feel that way, but we have to do what's right. And what's right for me is what's defendable and by science and by engineering. So, David?
Sure. So as far as the Army Corps of Engineers, Ditch was put into when we signed a letter of intent, and I believe a PPA. Is it a PPA? with the Army Corps of Engineers. I apologize about that. The contract with the Army Corps of Engineers that we asked and we requested that ditch was put on as a betterment. And a betterment means that in a future project, when there was a project design, that yes, if there was a funding source that was available and there was a design, it can be used as a betterment at that time. We have requested, the supervisor has requested of our partners at the DEC and the partners at Albany, and going to our elected officials in Congress and also the Senate, that they look to add more funding and more accessibility to the impending FEME, Fire Island Emergency Inlet Project 84-99, which might allow for more sand to be able to be immediately used in this location. Again, it's an Army Corps project. The Army Corps of Engineers is the individuals, that is the organization that would determine if we can actually use any sand that could be pumped up on the beach. The same is happening in Fire Island. Even though the governor came yesterday and gave funding for some of this project, the Army Corps of Engineers still has to authorize the use of the dredging material, the dredge to do so that's here. So there was, I requested the same of the Army Corps of Engineers personally, and the DEC last Wednesday. There's a letter that's drafted. The board will be reviewing that to send out the specifics of our requests to them. Hopefully they go up by end of day today. We'll look at that. The beach is starting to naturally accrete, but that is not anything that's going to be defensible for another tidal surge if we have it in the end. On Otis Ave today, we put 2 lines of sand there just as an emergency measure. We removed one of them and the stockpile it just to allow individuals to have more parking spots or easier beach access. We will leave one portion there and we'll move it back in as needed. In this discussion here, I think it goes to what Tom's going to be continuing to work on, is that a lot of individuals that live in this area, they're either seasonal or year-round. There needs to be a greater line of communications for emergency management. Yeah. I think they have to either go sign up for the town's Alert Me Now aspects of it, work in coordination with the town, emergency preparedness also. These storms technically were not declared by the county as emergency storms, or they didn't rise to certain levels of that. Not the first one, the second one, potentially. I'll have to confirm that. But no matter what, we know our tides and we know our locations best because we've done these studies. This is not new to this area or Long Island. We have studies from 2002. There's reports after Hurricane Sandy, Hurricane Irene, that showed a lot of the flooding and the surging. But it is now at our doorstep every 10, 15 years, and we have to respond to it appropriately. I am completely in favor of immediately going out to an RFA for a cultural engineer to be determined of what qualifications for what can be done here. I am also immediately in favor of trying to install, have contractors install sand fencing, whatever can give short-term temporary solutions there. And I'm also in favor of property owners coming in and using the code to legally put in solutions that might protect their personal structures also too. But I hope that answers some of the questions.
Yeah, no, I think that's imperative for us. And I wish we had a magic wand and could just go, okay, everybody's okay. But I think the steps that we're lining out here today and that David's lined out, and I think Tom's going to speak a little bit to it as well. This is reality. And this is where we are here in dealing with this issue. I agree with David's suggestions. I only would add that I think we're looking for a coastal engineer to help us design something, but we're also looking for a coastal morphologist to again indicate where's the sand going. We did look at this in 2002. There is a study that's specific to ditch, but it's in terms of recent developments, I don't know how much of that needs to be updated in terms of some of the consequences as we move forward in this time period and seek coastal resiliency and recovery. How fast can we recover? How fast can we help people? I think how fast can we get the flooding out of the roads. I think these are also areas that are short-term that we need to address as well, kind of an emergency plan, not only for preparedness, but how do we get things rolling? The other aspect of this is while ditch took a very serious, very visual hit, as folks can see from the pictures that are on the screen. There's other factors involved. There's a rock revetment to the east that you could see. I mean, you could just stand there and see the scouring that's been done, and how do we mitigate that? That's not just only due to storms, and that's why it's important to take a regional approach to the littoral system. So I would like to add kind of a teamwork effort on that, a person that understands a coastal morphology and geology, and an engineer then as well. And I have a base set of criteria, but I'll be, working with you, David, on pushing that forward. And for the residents, I think it's really very important to prepare for any type of flooding. And forward to that, I know Tom has been really working on updating, working with how we access and how we collaborate with the county, and then addressing our own specific needs.
I just had two, sorry, Tom.
Go ahead.
I think one of the things we all should do as a town is get a baseline of our shorelines this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I first came to office, part of the LWRP, that was one of the initiatives that was not really prepared or done, or worked with Brian at the time, and then the former planning director, and other departments to do drone flights. You can also do it through a whole coastline, either using a county helicopter or such. Even today, we're seeing building being rebuilt without permitting right now. They are getting stop work orders as of this morning. Because that's just what happens when there's damage. Sometimes there is a creep in a way of a largening of someone's structure on a beach, and you have to be very careful about that. But to have those baselines is well supported within the LWRP, and I think that's one of the things that we should also look at. Secondly, funding. The funding sources here are going to be very important for long-term look at this, and long-term look at the project's FIMP being included, and potentially here at Ditch also, is that FIMP it's looked at as a 30-year stopgap until what the next solution in coastal resiliency. Every 4 years, there will be a renourishment that we are the local sponsor, that the town will have to come up with nearly 15% of whatever that cost is going to be, and that can be a couple $1 million every 4 years, if not even increasing, because everything's going up in costs. So how do we do that? And the look is then, is it a erosion control district? I personally, I would look at a potential drink tax. I know that's been mentioned many times.
Drink as in
10 cents a drink, something to that effect.
alcohol?
Any drink? I don't know.
Oh, any
I mean, I'm talking in ways that I've heard either in the community, either the CACs, either members of the chamber, others that understand that you need to be able to have the funding ready to go in an emergency position like this. The town does that very well with our budgeting, but in this situation, you need to be. I think it leads to a discussion of. A greater discussion that we have to become a little bit inventive of where we're at right now, is how do you fund this also? I don't mind having that discussion either, but that's what I have.
No, I think that's a very good point.
Yep.
It's ironic we had the senior citizen discussion today as well, because this is a case of similarity in that we have a lot of data telling us something's going to happen in the future. And you look at the coastal resiliency plan. We've known sea level rise has been coming. We've known its impacts are going to be here. We've looked at the maps. We've seen the areas that are vulnerable. And now is our opportunity to do it. Going back to an emergency perspective, the first thing we have to remember here is its personal safety. And, the buildings, while tragic that they see damage, compare nothing to a loss of life. And, in that sense, the timing of getting reports out to residents in these areas when we have storms coming is critical. I was just reading through the coastal flood warning we had for the last one, and it hit the money right on the head. It talked about, 2.5 feet of inundation above ground level expected in vulnerable areas. I mean, that's almost precisely what we saw in the ditch area as it came. So understanding that when we send those reports out, that means you need to take precautions for your own personal safety. I would like to find ways to help homeowners who did experience flooding to work with the code, as David spoke to help shore up their properties, potentially help move water away from the buildings where possible, be it through like grading or whatever those opportunities are to help mitigate damage to their properties. I think one thing we have to step back and remember with all of this, and this talks to Kate's point and David's points a little bit too, is that understanding what Montauk is in a way. It's a place of incredible physical beauty with an environment that is desirable to people. That is why they come visit. That is why I'd say most people choose to live there. As such, I really think we have to bear that in mind, that as we move forward with what plans we may introduce to protect our coast, we take into account that. We don't want to do things that are going to damage our environment in the future. We need to work with it, not against it. And, I think understanding the baseline, I talked to Kim Shaw, Natural Resources, yesterday, having that new coastal profile done, I think is critical, because whatever it is we're going to do, we need to have a very solid understanding of our starting point. I think we also need to kind of start those communication with the residents who are in the most vulnerable areas. I know that's been taking place with some of them in the planning department, but moving forward, we kind of need to be perhaps more proactive with some of the homeowners in those areas and assessing what the future is going to look like for them, because I think, honestly, we have a pretty good picture at this point. But, I think if there's one message I would like people to take away from this today, it is please, 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 personal safety before anything else in these situations. And that we said it in the last meeting, it goes through to everything. You might want to get photographs. You might want to go get a coastal look. We've lost people in storms in the past. We don't want that to happen again. So, read the reports, sign up for the alerts from the town website, and take precautions accordingly.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Jeremy. And this will be, this is one of a continuing discussion as we seek solutions, both in terms of recovery, preparedness, and then the long-term solutions that we know. Even looking at directing, Scott Wilson to do an outreach to homeowners in low-lying areas with CPF, renew that effort. But we all are equally committed on doing whatever we can.
But let me just go back to, in the presentation, Sam made the point that we need to hire a surveyor to assess the current beach profile conditions. That's not something we can just do with flying a drone. We need to bring somebody in. So that's something that we should be, authorizing that at the February 1st meeting, quite frankly.
Agreed.
Right. So it's professional services, Rob. I'm sure that there's probably specialists that do coastal evaluations. So we need to get on that, and we need to find the funding line in order to do that as a first step. And then when you talk about, David, going out for RFA, maybe an RFQ, request for qualifications, to find out, I don't know if it's, you mentioned a coastal engineer, Kate mentioned a coastal morphologist. I don't know if there's a firm that, but we need to see, maybe we work with Jeannie Carrozza and see if there's any.
I think they'll both work within each other, so I'm not saying one or the other. But yes.
One-stop shopping kind of thing.
A firm
To
that can help
expedite
us
it.
with,
Yes.
partner with us too.
So one of the things I would like just to throw to the board also is there's above mean high water, but there's also below mean high water where the conditions are. And I would like to see if there's a survey of them. I have a LIDAR. Brian, excuse me. It's what you do if you're looking for below the water line. You want to see where the sand levels are there too.
Yeah.
Because that goes into any storm as baselines. I would personally like us to look at doing that for downtown Montauk also. In my liaison report, you'll hear about a surveyor for another Army Corps of Engineers project that we have to go out to survey for too. But yeah, Kathy, that time frame is exactly what I would hope for. And I would support that resolution if it was on for the 1st.
And just to be clear on the surveyor, when we're talking about beach surveying, most of the beach that that exists is not the beach that you see. As David alluded to, most of the beach profile is underwater. So these are specific types of beach survey that they do both from the land, and then they have the boats that go out and do it with the radar. So that's what we're talking about. We need to know where the sand is, where it's going. And Brian, we've talked about sediment studies, where we need to know where our sand goes, why it leaves, and why there's starvation in certain places, to really effectively create a long-term plan that CARP calls for.
So will you and David work together to run point and with Sam and Brian and Jeremy to put together a plan for hiring a surveyor and then an RFQ or RFA for extra support?
Absolutely, thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, and I certainly support doing this in-depth survey to get a baseline, and trying to find the proper expert to help us come up with a short-term actionable plan. I just want to make sure that they get, and this probably goes without saying, all of the data and previous reports, because this has obviously been going on for a while. That expert could do what they will with it, but I want to make sure we're supplying them with everything we possibly can to get some historical perspective. And then I just want to say big picture. I think I agree with everything that's been said, and frankly, those who've been speaking know more than me. But I want to come up with a short-term, stabilization plan, but we aren't going to win. The ocean will do what it's going to do. It seems like it's coming. But I think we have to get to a point where everybody recognizes that they live in a dangerous place or a hazardous place, and eventually, we have to acknowledge that as the reality. So I don't think that stops us from doing something to stabilize things, but big picture, I'm not sure we can keep throwing sand forever and that becomes the whole solution, as I think everybody recognizes.
Right. Agreed. All right, well, thank you for joining us and for being so patient. This has been a long meeting.
We go have dinner now.
Is it dinner?
Tom, you want to
kick off with liaisons? Yeah,
reports?
sure. Do you want me to go through the long version or the short version?
It's completely up to you.
Completely up to you. All right, I'll try and make this quick. Amagansett Citizens Advisory Committee, we have our next meeting Monday, February 12th at the Amagansett School, 6:30 p.m. Nina Deck will be the guest speaker. Before that meeting, I am arranging to do a walkthrough of the proposed senior center site, and I will be reaching out to committee members accordingly. IT. On digitization, I have been meeting with department heads to update the digitization records. Most of them finished in 2020, so we have some update work to do there, which we'll be working with Richard Series Group. Going on to human services, we spent a lot of time there, but I just kind of want to call out the osteoporosis program we've introduced there. It is free to the towns, provided by the YMCA, and I encourage residents to take that. I also want to reach out to the public and just kind of identify if there's any CDL licensed drivers who are looking for extra work. We are in need of drivers in that area, so please do apply to the town accordingly. Last week, we had a fantastic event. We celebrated Josie Kraski's 100th birthday. Again, congratulations to her. Moving down, we have the Brooks Park Restoration Committee. We have our first meeting today at 4:30 p.m. And we are working on what a license agreement might look for that property. East Hampton Youth Task Force, we have our first meeting on the 29th, Monday at 11 a.m. The Disabilities Advisory Committee, we are looking internally for a Disabilities Advisory Officer. One specific project there we're looking at that I want to potentially work with Ian on is installing in the town a playground that has facilities that can be used by children with disabilities. So I know the Maidstone project is one we're looking at right now. I'm hoping we could utilize that there. The Arts Council Committee, we had our first meeting on the 22nd. The next meeting will be February 26th in person. We're looking to do that at Town Hall. And then Emergency Preparedness, we have our first Citizens Committee meeting this Thursday, 5:30 p.m. And that is what I'm going to leave you with for now.
Just to follow up on the play set there then too. There is a fully ADA accessible play set. It's actually at East Hampton School District and John Marshall Middle School. It was actually donated by Ben and Bonnie Krupinski. But yeah, we can continue to keep looking on that, Tom.
Thank you.
Army Corps of Engineers for the Fire Island, the Merchants Inlet project, also part of the FIMP project. The landside mobilization is complete, so there will be no more temporary road closures in that area. That's anticipated. The contractor stated that this week they were looking to begin laying of the pipe extension, the submersible pipe extension that would go from the land to the hopper dredge. So there could be some activity there, then they will submerge it. Brian, Frank, myself, John Janicki, and Nick Corsides sat in a meeting with another Army Corps of Engineers project this week. This is for the Montauk Harbor dredging project. They found out that there was they actually had a LiDAR survey done and found out that there's a lot of glacial lactites in there. Lactites might be the wrong word. Big boulders, big rocks. And it pushed the project off. Last time I think we heard about this, it was in March. They're still looking to do the project, but it will take two different methodologies for the project, and being a suction and then a scoop dredge. It still could be done this year within the windows, but there's going to be less material taken out, which hence means that there's less of a deposition area. We still would have to go through the same avenue, needing to get the surveys for the property, and then also easements for the needed properties, which are much less now. We have a memo that would be going to circulate to the board, hopefully maybe by the end of, let me give them tomorrow, if I can be today, about this. But again, it's going to be another project that we have to get the surveys complete, very similar to what we were doing on the FEME project, if we were to add those additional properties.
Does this mean they're not going to go as deep with the dredging?
They're going as deep in the channel, but not in the, I'm forgetting what the area is called on the eastern side. They're just going to clean it up, and they're not going to go as deep to I think a 17+2 overcut. It'll only go down to about 13 to 15 on there then too. But the main channel is going to go as deep as there always be and as wide as always is going to be, mostly by going deeper in the other sediment area on the eastern side would give it greater long-term maintenance time frame on there then too, because that's typically where the Eolian sand will blow in over or around. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in that note, that memo. I had a meeting with stakeholders about the Second House Road intersection potential roundabout. I met with Steve Lynch yesterday and multiple stakeholders down there. They're concerned about the functionality of the design down there, specifically with the historical uses and equipment demands that they use in the area then too. I share many of their concerns. I will be circulating some more information to the board about that, but that project's still ongoing, but we might have to make some functional changes too, and I'll explain that to the board in greater. Supervisor Burke Gonzalez and I, we sat in with Assemblyman Thiel and Senator Palumbo. I don't know if you're going to mention this. It's been 25 years since the CPF was instituted, and it's a 25-year look at the CPF, second meeting of two meetings to get information from the 5 towns. I'm not going to go to that one. Lastly, I plead to the governor and for our state senators and also for our assemblymen to reinstitute all the funding that New York State tentative budget right now is taken away from the town of East Hampton's school districts in an amount of about nearly about $1.5 million right now. Every school district is seeing a double-digit decrease in their state funding. Some in the much as East Hampton School District of 20% and nearly $774,000. That is unfair. Whatever I can do to plead to try to get that money back in for state funding, while others have increased, but only, it seems like unnoticeably that the ones on the East End, including Southold, are decreasing. I plead to those in the state budget to be able to put the money back into the budget that is needed for our programming and for our children. That's exactly who the money is being taken away from, is our children. Thank you, and that's my liaison report.
Thanks. Kate?
So just an aside to that, David, you know, the governor's out there promising billions of dollars for the resiliency that we need to areas, but we have to remember that that money has to be taken away from someplace else. And that is why I advocate for this Superfund cleanup. I'll just give that a shot. Legislation that Senator Krueger has out there where those that created the issue pay for the issue instead of perpetually putting the burden on our taxpayers. Okay, that's enough of that. The Energy and Sustainability Committee met yesterday. We talked about the new board members and having them, the committee will come in to talk about electrification and the ban of gas leaf blowers to the new members. In the near future, they'll be outreaching to you to give you background and on those issues. They also, it seems like Nina Deck is the person of the moment, the Energy Sustainability Committee, which does a lot of forums, and we have a lot of information that we need to get out to folks as efficient as possible. They look forward to inviting Nina also to an Energy and Sustainability meeting. I think the leaf blower ban, the gas-powered leaf blower ban and the electrification still remain their top projects, along with the formation of CCA. So we have the legislation. We actually have the members of a CCA committee formed in the code. They'd like to see us form the committee, but the information from Southampton that just came in, where we have a potential to join into their program and kind of like Costco shopping, get a better benefit because we're increasing populations that would be able to opt in or opt out. They have just rejected their latest round of bids for that project, so we're continuing to keep an eye on that. And I want to congratulate Biddle Duke, who was elected to vice chair of the committee. Even though Biddle wasn't there, I think
That's how it happens.
he learns the lesson of what happens if you don't attend. But I know that Biddle will be great in that role, and I look forward to working with him as well. And just the committee, we're going to meet, and we haven't yet, outside of a meeting with, I'm going to meet with the leadership to really get an idea of what projects the committee wants to focus on for this year. And that'll be happening quite soon, and that's my liaison report.
Great, thanks, Kate. Ian?
Yeah, I was at my first spring CAC meeting last week, which was nice to meet everybody. I had been to the library previously, and there's some overlap in terms of membership and concerned parties. I was somewhat surprised to learn, to be honest with you, that the overwhelming concern there was cell service. You know, coming from the planning board, I've often heard complaints against cell applications, but there was a very clear, loud message that people want cell service. I know this board is working, as I told the CAC, on a master plan, and I'm very supportive of that. But just reiterating their concern to everybody. They're also very concerned about safety, speeding type of issues that I know many different hamlets around town are worried about. They've been proactive about getting vests, I think donated by Mickey's Karting, to give to people who use roadways and share them with vehicles. Also, another major concern was the Springs Fireplace Corridor Study, which isn't technically Springs, but affects Springs. I believe Kate and I will be handling that. I'm familiar with that plan through previous experience, but looking forward to meeting on a committee level and learning more. And then lastly, we discussed funding for projects, the Springs Library, which has very, very minimal budgeting right now, but there wasn't full engineering report, and so we have a pretty clear roadmap in terms of what needs to be done, and it's figuring out what we can do in the short term with the money that's already been allocated. Slightly more funding for the Maidstone Park, I think Kate's been very involved, Dave, perhaps others, in that. It was just a matter of finding approved vendors, equipment that is, not sure, safe for children and meant for that purpose, and then coming up with a design that everybody can agree on. Of course, there's going to be different opinions, but I'm looking forward to pushing that ahead. That's all I have for now.
Great, thank you. And Tom and I on Friday morning attended, Fred Thiel and Tony Palumbo put together the South Fork Behavioral Health discussion.
Yeah.
You know, we have this every year in either in December or January, so that our elected officials in Albany know what they're lobbying for. And we did talk about the school, losing the school funding out here, that I think Fred put out a press release yesterday, so I know they're on it. But the governor also emphasized mental health funding, particularly school-based mental health clinics. And we've been doing that for the last several years with Family Service League. They've had a social worker in the building. I believe Phoenix House does one day a week at the high school as well. So, and we just know how what Ralph Neglieri communicated, who's now the assistant principal at East Hampton High School, on the call, is that, you know, they've got a solid relationship with Family Service League. They're in the building. They've increased their screening. And I guess, and Tom, I know you're going to be discussing it, and there's been articles done. The real concern right now with our adolescents is vaping, and there's, I think that's on the agenda, right?
Yeah,
for
that
Monday.
and adolescent mental health just
Yeah.
generally, like in our town particularly, it's an issue, and you know we've got to work every single solution to it.
And the only other thing I wanted to mention, that received an invitation from the Neopolitical Cowgirls. This Thursday, there's going to be a brief ribbon cutting for the rededication of the Little Free Food Pantry that needed to move from its previous location in Amagansett, and it's now going to be at the Gansett Meadow Community Housing. So we actually have a meeting that day, so the ribbon cutting's at 3:30, and then the East Hampton Housing Authority, the commissioners are meeting at 4 o'clock in the community room there, and which spurred a discussion at our last meeting is, well, maybe we should be, you know, having these meetings, our monthly meetings for the Housing Authority, in community rooms at the different, you know, community projects that they oversee, so that if residents want to come during public portion, and they can comment and address the commissioners directly. So folks are invited this Thursday, January 25th at 3:30 for the ribbon cutting. If you are able to attend, we ask you to kindly bring a non-perishable food item. You know, for those that don't know, the Little Free Food Pantry is for folks to come by, either to drop off or take, and it's available 24/7, and it's been really helpful for residents in our community. And that's what I have for liaison reports, so we can move on to resolutions. Tom, you have the first one.
Certainly. Resolution 2024-183, special warrant for SWA SSESP. Resolve that resolution is hereby amended to state the proper budget account line for professional engineering services in association with the East Hampton sanitation scale.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, you did.
I apologize, I did. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Jeannie. Sorry, yes. Sorry. First one was for claims and special warrant in the amount of $485 ordered by the town board and supervisor.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Second one, 2024-1...
All in favor?
Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Second one, 2024-184. Resolution that hereby amend to state the proper budget account for professional engineering services in association with the East Hampton sanitation scale.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I'm very joyful to be able to offer Resolution 2024-185. This is the amend Resolution 2024-39 for the Montauk CAC. Membership for 2024, discrepancies, there was a name misspelled, and one member was initially left off.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I have Resolution 2024-186, authorized pay, I have to recuse myself from this one. Can someone else do this one? 186?
Sure.
Do you want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Resolution 2024-186 is to authorize payment to Briscoe Protective Services, called Life Serving Station, whereas it has been ascertained by the Parks and Recreation Department records and verified by the Purchasing Department that invoices dated 9/2/23 and 10/19/23 for labor and materials was never paid to Briscoe Protective. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town will pay the outstanding 2023 invoices in the total amount of $4,373.85.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, we need a roll call, Carol?
Yep, present.
It's aye.
Aye, thank you,
If you're
sorry.
voting in favor.
There you go.
Recused.
Aye.
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 I'd like to offer resolution 2024, sorry, Kathy.
No, I was just thinking, Carol.
Resolution 2024-187, this is SEPTA bid EH 23-059. This is for the Cantwell Court Road and Drainage Project to Macedo Contracting Services Incorporated. The SEPTA total bid price is $347,400.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 2024-188 authorizes a sign for the Cantwell Court subdivision in the amount of $210.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next resolution, 2024-189. This is to create a 2024 budget for the Community Housing Opportunity Fund. That will be a net zero budget. So moved.
Second, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution 2024-190 is to retain outside counsel, the law offices of Khan and Khan, to represent the town in various matters for calendar year 2024 in an amount not to exceed $50,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
191 is a budget modification for finance. We're moving a total of $13,375 from full-time salaries, postage, common charges, and that's going to workers' compensation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
2024-192 is a 2023 budget modification for purchasing. We're moving $250 from full-time salaries to advertising.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Back to you, David.
I'd like to offer resolution 193. This is amend resolution 2024-146. The amount to be paid to the Village of East Hampton is $307.69.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
194 is to retain outside counsel, the law offices of Khan and Khan for ZBA matters, and this is to represent the town's zoning board of appeals in various Article 78 matters for calendar year 2024 in an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
195 is to extend the agreement with Vector Airport Services for 2024. This is the final option year for Airport Systems Professional Services. Give me a second, Kate. My pages are stuck. And the total impact is $98,669 plus the sum of 13% of landing fees collected.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Then I have a walk-on resolution. It's 2024-196, and this is a resolution regarding termination of the lease with Long Island Airlines LLC. The occupant paid rent through June 30th, 2024, which the town inadvertently accepted. The town board has determined that it is in the best interest of the town to return rent paid by the occupant for the current rental period in the amount of $52,318.68.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we have any other matters that need to come before the board?
So therefore, I make a motion to go into executive session for CPF, leases, litigation, and contracts.
Could you add personnel?
And I'd like to add personnel as well.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking it out with us. It was a long meeting, and we appreciated you were there. Jason, thank you.
Thank you very